Chocolate disc 0 redeemed first. Degree. Chocolate disc 0 redeemed Safety bot says. Fido 64 redeemed Safety bot says.
Sucre 3 lurks. Happy birthday.
Chocolate disc 0 redeemed Safety bot says.
Happy birthday.
Fido 64 redeemed High tilde. Fido 64 redeemed Hydrate.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Pandagiri redeemed Safety bot says.
Y'all are crazy.
Fido 64 redeemed Wellness check. Chocolate disc 0 redeemed head pat. Panda.
Safety can verify. I did do the push up, and you redeemed the head pat before I showed up. Here I can.
Saftikuma redeemed Safety bot says.
There's a head pat. But it doesn't work when I'm not on the screen. But I guess whatever. Huh?
Confirmed.
What's fine? I can't see what you're saying. It did go off and said confirmed. It seems to be acting a lot more nicer for now. I don't know about later, but for now it seems to be acting pretty nice, the chat bot. But anyway, hey, welcome back everybody. And thank you for the head pats, Chocolate Disco and
Chocolate disc 0 redeemed Safety
Merhan.
bot says.
I wonder why it didn't read off when you redeemed the head pat, Merhan. It should have done it. But anyway, thank you for the head pats. I did my one push up and then I
No
fell
need
down.
to see it sending virtual headbat.
No need to. Oh, you're sending a virtual head. Okay, I see. I just feel like it's a waste of points. I'm sorry. But thank you for clarifying that you did that on purpose. I hope everybody's having a great what day is today? Thursday. Or had a great Thursday.
Chocolate disc 0 redeemed Safety bot says.
I've just done laundry and we hung out our futons because it's really hot out. I think it's so. Well, yeah, you do lurk a lot, so I would believe that you've gathered a lot of bamboo cuttings in that meantime, Chocolate Disco. You're almost always first. And then you usually are here to the very end, or at least, in the background until the end. So, I mean, it makes sense that you would gather a lot of bamboo cuttings in the process. And you've been around for, I want to say almost since the beginning. Well, almost, like, I mean, since like 2022 beginning. And I did
Fido
hydrate.
64 redeemed not first. Sigma, degree row degree.
It's funny, it reads off the silly emoji. But yeah, I appreciate you still being here. Thank you. You have probably, and I actually lowered all the prices because I was like, I think when they're lower, it encourages more people to use the redeems. I'm not sure, maybe not. Um, yeah, I mean, they're there to be used, right? So I'm hoping that they'll be used more often. I might get back to playing FGO again, but it was really hard to hold the phone and also listen to
Fido 64 redeemed Safety bot
all the
says.
chats too. So I don't know. I mean, I might do that later, but I did want to watch some more videos. Like before I started streaming yesterday.
You got that wrong, Panda. I appreciate you being here.
Why? I'm not doing anything. I'm just chatting. Because I have nothing else better to do. Safty's stressing out at work right now because he's getting projects dumped on him. See, the problem with I think Chocolate Disco and I on our Discord were discussing this a while ago. That loyalty factor where if you do a really good job at your job and you're always turning things in on time and finishing projects and cases and just actually doing your job, your bosses see that and they keep dumping more stuff on you. And that's Safty's case. And so he's like he's still working on something. He hasn't finished something that he's been working on for a while because it's a pretty difficult one. And here's the emergency thingy or whatever, the urgent, that's it. The urgent pager thingy going off for him saying, "Hey, do this one, do this one, do this one." And Safty's like, "Ah!" He's like, "I'm working on this important one. I can't get to this unless you stop dumping these on me." And there are cases that have been sitting there for weeks on somebody else, not on Safety. And Like the client will come back to whoever and complain that it hasn't been looked at. And it's like, well, okay, we'll reassign it, and then you reassign it to Safety, and it's just like, why was this sitting in a queue or on so and so's queue for 3 weeks and not looked at, not even, yeah. So Safety's problem is that he's too efficient with his work and doing too good of a job. So he's like super stressed out right now, and I feel so bad. Um, my problem is that I can sense and feel other people's emotions, so I end up absorbing that emotion. So I've been feeling really stressed and I have no idea why, and I'm just like, it's because Safty's stressed. And it sucks because I can't just go on my day and be all okay. And so that's why even working when I used to work in customer service and in office situations where I'm surrounded by tons of people, I never knew what was my own emotion versus what other people's emotions were. And I would come home just angry or happy for no reason or
Fido64 redeemed
depressed
Safety bot says.
or just, yeah. And I would be just a mess of emotions every time, and it'll be always different. They're like, and Safety would be like, what?
Chocolate Disc Zero redeemed
Uh-oh.
Safety bot says.
Sometimes at night, while laying down in my bed, I look up at the stars and wonder to myself, where the hell is my roof and what drugs were in my dinner? Sadly, efficiency and going above and beyond gets rewarded with more work. Does he at least get paid for the extra hours?
No, he doesn't. He's on salary, Chocolate Disto, so he there is no overtime. If his bosses are like, yeah, he did a good enough job, sometimes they'll give him like this Amazon gift card. That's all he'll end up getting, just, and we don't even use Amazon, so it's just like anymore. I mean, we don't have a Prime account anymore, so um yeah, we kind of sit on the card and we're just like, is there anything you really need? No, not really. Okay. So we wait around and
Chocolate Disc Zero
yeah.
redeemed Safety bot says.
Bye. I'm sorry you feel that way with your dinner. Wait, what?
That's the key to start looking for a job at another place.
It is and it isn't. I mean, the only problem is that Safety also has the problem of age. Most people look at people that are as old as we are, mid 40s, and be like, "Oh, they're asking for too much. They have too much experience. We don't need that." They want they want a younger person who hasn't gotten paid that much. That's just the way that's just the way the path that society is going.
Safety Kuma redeemed Safety bot says.
Yeah, and that too. Safty's worked at technically three different companies, but he's been at one company. He was at one company for like
Same
15.
bullshit in every organization,
Yes.
unfortunately.
He worked at one company for 15 years. They got bought out. He worked there for 4 years, I think. After that, he worked for 4 years in that same company that bought out his other company. And then one of the bosses from his original company that got laid off before the merger because they found him unnecessary, even though he was a really, yeah, he was actually a really good boss. That boss went on to work for another company and then called up Safety and was like, "Hey, you want to be on my team again?" And Safty's like, "Fuck yeah!" Excuse my language, but he really, literally, probably said that or thought that because he really likes his boss. Because his boss is actually he's not technical, but he knows enough to where he values people that do know their job versus those that bullshit their job their way.
Fido64 redeemed
Oh,
Hydrate.
thank you for the hydrate. But yeah, so it's like one of those kind of bosses that actually differentiates people from the bullshitters and the people that actually know how to do their job. And so this guy got hired to run one of the West Coast teams and brought Safdie on, and he was really happy for like the first year and a half, and then they reorged. And then they're like, they looked at that boss and they like knew he was from the Chicago area originally. Um, I mean, he's been in the Oregon for over a decade or so. Um, So it's been a long time since he's been in Chicago. He just came from Chicago. He grew up in Chicago. And they're like, "Well, you're from Chicago. We need you to run the Midwest team because we don't have anybody there, blah blah blah." So they dumped him in the Midwest area. And so they moved Safety into under another boss, which he's kind of indifferent to. It's just another boss to him. And this boss doesn't seem to understand or relegate work the same way as the other boss does. The other boss understands when Safety is working on a huge project to leave him alone, leave him the fuck alone, and let him do his work because Safety really knows what he's doing. I mean, that's why he was asked to come on. And when that boss was moved over to the Midwest sector or whatever you want to call it, I don't even know the terminology they use, but when he was moved over there, he was like, "Can I bring my team with me?" The one, that he built himself. And they're like, "No, that wouldn't
Fido64
be
redeemed
fair.
Safety bot says.
That wouldn't be fair to the West Coast team." And he was like, "What?" So now Safty's upset. I see a first time chat. Oh, hey, Alexis. Hey. Are you winning, homie?
The technical term for people in a failed bet do the bare minimum to get by and shove their work onto others in their areas coasters. They're just getting by.
Yeah, you're right, Fido. You're right. Exactly. And you seem like the type that's very similar to Safety, where you do your best, you do your job, and you do it really well. And there's not a lot of people like that. So I think that's why also that Safety really respects you, is that you just really fight and you're really good at what you do, and you know it,
Death
and you're
Hilly
confident.
redeemed get cozy.
Oh, thank you, Deathly. And hey, Alexis, sorry, I'm really literally, I'm just sitting here. My glasses broke um, about a month and a half ago, and then I got the replacement glasses, and then I got a new prescription, but the prescription came back wrong, so now they're back in the labs, and I really can't see anything. So I saw the purple box, and I had to squint at my screen. But yeah, welcome, and thank you for stopping by. Um, yeah, we raided Alexis yesterday, and I was playing FGO for a little bit. I might go back to it again, but it was just I'm not very good at the game, and it was kind of the story was kind of getting dragged out. I'm only on LB2, so I'm really behind, even though I've been playing it since 2018. I'm really bad at catching up with that game. But yeah, I was just ranting about my husband's job and how he's really, really stressed and frustrated with his workload because he gets dumped on from other people that don't want to do their jobs, and he can't say no. So that's the problem. He doesn't say no. And he just bitches and gripes in private with me. And it's just like, "Oh, I'm sorry. There's nothing I could do to help and stuff." And I feel bad, but it's like, well, what can you do except tell him yourself? And he's like, "I can't because
Fido64
I'm going to lose
redeemed
my job
Safety
if I
bot
do."
says.
So he's afraid of losing his job. So that's why he doesn't say no. And he ends up having to do all that work. Um, but yeah, we have the extra bonus of being old. I know I don't sound it, but yeah, we are old. And especially in the tech world, we are very old. We're ancient. So Safety can't just go out and get a new job, unfortunately. Um, they really want younger people to take those roles because of the fact that they don't ask for much, or they don't ask as much um, for, they don't ask as much for as their salaries. Anyway, sorry. Need help? I got good support. Oh, I can add you. I don't mind. I just don't have the game running right now.
Alex Ishami Femboy redeemed Safety bot says.
Uh, yeah, don't use that word. If you read my rules, I said we like to keep things as PG-13 as
Oh,
possible.
hell's not. We're sending our femboys from Femboy Hooters to help the boy. Massage and cooking and cleaning for the
It's gonna
boy.
read it. The thing is gonna read it anyway, but I'm gonna deny it because I don't want to show that word. Yeah, my rules are. Sorry, I'm not a typical uh 18 plus streamer, I guess, because I like to be a family friendly stream. Um, I do swear every once in a while, but I want to keep explicit terminology out of my chat. Sorry. Even Fido there has to control himself because he's, he likes to go that direction too, and it's fine. But he seems to reel it in with me. And I'm sorry, it's no offense to you. It's just I don't really, I really want to keep it clean. Mostly because I'm personally asexual. I don't, I've struggled with a lot of things, even though I am married. Both of us, my husband and I, are asexual, and um, we don't participate in that stuff. And we, I also struggle with a history of rape, so I really don't like sexualizing stuff. I'm sorry. I know that's everybody's cup of tea. I get it,
Deathily Redeemed Safety Bot says.
but it's not. It's not welcome here. I apologize if that offends you and you unfollow whatever, but I'm just, yeah, I'm not that kind of channel. I'm
Hey,
sorry.
how have things been? Been missing streams due to
Fido64
trash
Redeemed
sleeping
Safety
schedule.
Bot says.
Wait, it didn't read the long one, did it, Fi? I was waiting for that one. Hold on, let me see if I can see it in the.
There is a time and place for mature content and jokes. This is it.
Did I? About a month ago. Let me see if I can find it so I can. Where? Sorry, I'm trying to squint at my screen right now. I don't see it on the queue. It seems like sometimes it doesn't pick up everything. Let me see if I can select all. No, I can't even select all. Well, I'll just copy and see if I can paste it and redo it.
Fido64 Redeemed Safety Bot says.
Oh, you did it again. Okay, I'm sorry. I really can't read all of that anyway. I'm just, my eyes
About
are
a
so
month
bad.
ago, I did something that I thought might actually get me fired. I snapped a name dropped every single useless coaster in my area. My boss's boss's boss was there during it all and said that all of them, and didn't say anything else. 2 weeks later, I got a huge raise and found out that those people I name dropped were all out under the microscope. Feels good.
Oh, nice, nice, Fi. I'm so okay. So that's what you were talking about the other night when you said things have ever since a certain event happened, you feel everything's much better. I am glad. I'm sorry. That's the first I heard about that. That's amazing. I'm glad. I'm glad that you finally now. If only Safety could follow your, no, I'm kidding. I'm sure. I'm sure he probably wouldn't have the same outcome. But that's awesome. Congrats to you, Fi. I'm really happy and I'm glad because I know that they were threatening on. There was a time where you were mentioning like they were talking about reneging on your taking away your vacation, the one that you already planned and took requested off like I don't know, I swear it was like January or something. And then they were going to take that away and you're just like, "Hell no." And I was just like, that must have been uh you were really stressed out for a while there too, and I feel bad, but yeah. Sorry, hey, have you been? Oh, I'm good, and welcome back, Deathly. I'm sorry, I'm just, it's really hard for me to
Saftikuma
catch up on
Redeemed Safety Bot says.
the text because I can't. It's not necessarily just nearsightedness. It's that everything has a halo. Everything has a blur, like a motion blur
That
built
move
in.
took a cudgeons. I probably wouldn't get away with it if I tried it because I don't have as much seniority here. I could have probably gotten away with it at my old job at some point.
Well, you were at your breaking point, so I mean, I'm glad it worked in your favor. Yeah, that was definitely gutsy and risky, but I'm glad that it worked out in your favor. That's all. I mean, that's really good. Um, oh, be right back. Oh, sorry. Okay. That move took Coney's. Yeah, what Safety said. I wouldn't get. Oh, that was you that said it. Okay, I'm sorry. That was Safety that said it, not Fido. I'm getting all confused. Yeah, Safety doesn't have as much seniority. Also his boss is not the old boss that brought him on. Oh, and Safety needs to get on a call, so that's why he is gonna lurk, I bet. Anyway, yeah. Um, let's see here. I can't remember what I was gonna say. But yeah, I'm glad again, I'm glad it worked out. And I wish Safety could do something similar because he's getting so stressed out, he's losing sleep, and I feel so bad for him. And on top of me with my glasses issue, it's not helping because I I can barely cook. I mean, I can't chop anything because I mean, I'm dropping stuff that I shouldn't be because I don't see where it is on the counter. And like I lost a huge bottle of cold brew of his cold brew, and it's just it's just my perception, my depth for my especially my perception is way off. Um, yeah, it really sucks when you have misaligned eyes and it's not simply just nearsightedness, it's just all wonky. And I can make out shapes and colors and everything like that, but everything has this motion blur. You know, the in video games, like Safety was showing me with my glasses on, like what a motion blur was, and I'm like, hey, that's what it looks like when I don't have my glasses on. And he's like, well, um, I'm like, I just the only way that I can turn it off is if I like put on my glasses, but I don't have them. Uh, oh no, no, it's okay. I know you don't really know what this is your first time here, so it's fine. I'm sorry that too that, I don't mean to offend.
Deathily
Um,
redeemed Safety bot says.
I don't mean to offend. It's just, yeah, we're very, very cozy, chill kind of place because I have some underage viewers and also my personal
The
preferences.
funniest
Also my
thing happened to me yesterday.
Oh, what was the funniest thing that happened to you? I hope you have fun with if you can, there is also a chat bot. It's only 10 channel points and you end up making everything sound like Hank Hill, which, it works most of the time there, but there's a couple times it's still in beta, so it doesn't always work. And if it doesn't work in like a minute, um, I just copy paste whatever and try to repost it. Yeah, anyway. Glasses must, wait, I need a glasses. And when
Alex Zaishrami Femboy redeemed Safety bot says.
when I squint and my model goes crazy, it's because I need to lean over in my monitor to read. Glasses must mean Panda must be overused her shower
No
gun.
need to apologize.
What's a
You
shower
have that
gun?
in your rules and I didn't read them. No need to apologize.
Yeah, I know. Most people don't read people's rules, especially when they get too long. I get it. I get it. It's part of the. I mean, it's part of the whole thing. Um, but also understand that majority channels, like maybe I want to say 90 to 95% of them, are all 18 plus. So you're in the majority. That's all I can say. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's just different, different paths for different people, right? I'm not judging anybody. I'm totally cool that, if I'm in another person's channel and they're going off and saying stuff, if it's within my tolerance and I'll just like kind of, brush it off and look the other way kind of thing. But I don't really personally participate in that, but I don't call out people and tell them not to do something on their channel because it's not my channel and it's not my community. So the only place I can do that is my own. So that's all. That's the only reason. uh let's see here. He nice? He nice. What do you mean by he nice? Sorry. I'm
Alex
like,
Zaishrami Femboy redeemed Safety bot says.
sorry, the model wigs out because I get too far away from the webcam and then it just like doesn't know where my eyes are anymore and then it's just like, "Wait, where are you? Where are you? Where are you?"
Well, it's your rules, not really an excuse. I guess it's a reason, but still breaking your rules, bro. Same goes for you. It's your channel and the rules are the rules.
Well, thank you for understanding. I really appreciate it. You're really kind. Um, but yeah, thank you so much. That really means a lot to me to not be like suddenly you just vanish because you're not the first person that I've had to give that chat with. And then most people just vanish and disappear and just like, okay, bye. So um, um, yeah. So thank you for sticking around, and thank you for even acknowledging that I have my roles. So yeah, that really means a lot to me. It means a lot more than just disappearing, but at the same time, not judging again if you had to disappear because, or if you wanted to disappear because that's everybody's prerogative. It doesn't, you don't feel obligated to do anything you're not comfortable with. And if you're not comfortable with apologizing for something you don't think you did anything wrong, then that's why most people just go on their way. And I'm just like, yeah, that's fine. I'm not gonna be like sitting here fuming over that. It's everybody has their, what they like. And there's nothing wrong with what they like as long as it doesn't hurt somebody is the way I feel is like as long as you're not hurting another person, whatever you like is perfectly fine. Sorry, I'm just being weird. I'm trying to. Oh, that's my bot. Like a chuckle, I mean. He. Oh. Okay. Okay, that's what you meant. Okay. Anyway, right. Okay. No, I know what I was gonna say. Okay, so right before I started my stream yesterday, I was watching Dr. K. I don't know if many of you have heard of him. Um, let's see here. Uh, it's healthy gaming. I think I'm trying to find. Okay, it's healthy gamer. I'm gonna just do a shout out to him because this
Let's
guy
trade Dragon. Who's Dragon?
is freaking amazing.
Raid Hafu or Raid
He
Dragon?
talks
Is Hafu
about a
streaming?
lot of mental health and he helps and coaches a lot of
We're talking
streamers.
to Hafu on Friday.
Mostly the more popular ones, that either mostly the face cameras, but I think he's had Lily Pichu on there and stuff, so a lot of people recognize Lily Pichu in the VTuber secret circle. Um, and he's just he's a very good psychoanalysis, I guess, or a therapist, mental health coach for that can talk to people that do the gaming, that are in the gaming world. And so he knows how to relate with them instead of just be like, oh, I don't know what that is. I don't know what game that is. He plays Apex himself, I think, and he plays other games himself. Um, but he's a really good, um, and I think he was live earlier. But yeah, if you ever want to watch somebody that is relatable on the terms of gaming and maybe even the streamers that you may occasionally watch. He had Tech Ch- Tectone, something like that. He had he it's in the Genshin Impact circle, I guess. Streamer. He's a big uh Genshin streamer. He used to be. I don't know anymore. I don't watch him because he was a little crude for my taste. Uh, but everybody has their preferences, like I said earlier. And but I do know of him because I see clips of his stuff. Watching showing off like his polls for Genshin. I remember when he made before they fixed the weapon banner in Genshin Impact, and he pulled like he was going for Hu Tao's staff of I almost said homeless.
Alex Ishami Femboy redeemed Safety Bot says.
But yeah, he was going for staff of Homa, and he kept pulling the wolf's gravestone.
Well,
Like he think
damn. That's some of them. Just abide the code rules. Just do what you can and respect yourself and enforce the rules. Rules are important.
yeah. Yep, that exactly. You're right. You're very right. Um, yeah, I mean, rules are basically, I think rules on a channel, especially as your channel, it's basically your boundaries, where you want what direction you want your channel to go and what kind of environment and community you want to foster. I think that's why rules are important because they enforce what you're comfortable with and it doesn't go out of your own comfort zone. Some people have a really wide range. And a lot of people actually, I think a lot of people fall in the category where they don't even know their boundaries yet. They don't know what their comfort zones are. There's a lot of fawning. I notice this a lot in the streaming world. There's a lot of fawning. Like you just give up and you just let people walk all over you and do whatever they want. They can say whatever they want to the streamer. They can abuse them. And I see that happening a lot, which is really sad. And most of the time, they're always younger people. They're, in their 20s, even 30s still is pretty young. I mean, I'm not even that old and I'm in my 40s. So, um, I'm just saying, I mean, I'm coming to the point where I'm starting to establish my own boundaries and what makes me uncomfortable versus what makes me comfortable. And I'm still working on it. It's a work in progress, and I think it's going to be a work in progress for the rest of my life. And it always fluctuates, one thing can make you very comfortable in your 20s, and then in your 30s you're like, nah, I don't want this anymore. And so they're always going to be in constant flux, they're always going to be changing, and there's nothing wrong with that either. So, it's your identity, it's what you want to be for yourself, and I think that is very important. But yeah, Dr. K is really good.
Alex Ishami Femboy redeemed Safety Bot says.
And I was gonna play his because I didn't get to finish it, and I didn't catch the first like hour of it, so I wanted to
My
play it.
boundary is not adding sugar in coffee. That's a sin for me.
You like it just straight black? You like espresso, and I guess technically there's Americano, but I think that's espresso that's added a lot of water in it. I'm just learning my coffee terms. I'm actually not a coffee drinker. I don't like coffee. But Safty, my husband, he adores coffee. He likes all sorts of coffee. He likes it. He likes espressos, he likes Americanos, he likes lattes, he likes mochas, he likes anything and everything with coffee. He likes eating those chocolate covered coffee beans. And I'm just like, ugh. I don't, just the idea of them, because he crunches into them, I'm just like, ugh. Anyway, I don't like anything coffee. I can barely handle green tea. That's how bad. I just, it's caffeine. Caffeine for me is like poison because it just makes me so jittery. It doesn't even just make me hyper. It just makes me so jittery, and it makes me really uncomfortable because I just don't handle caffeine well. I can't I can't handle more than green tea, which is really sad. But Safty can sit there and drink cups and cups and cups of coffee and fall, like literally his head hits the pillow and he's out. He's like asleep. He's snoring. And he'll just drink coffee up until the moment he goes to bed, and he's fine. Caffeine totally does not phase him. But for me, it's like every little bit of caffeine, I'm just like, okay, this doesn't feel good. I don't like this feeling. And my heart rate goes skyrocketing and everything. So I think it comes with the whole purpose. I mean, I I, I read that a lot of other ah what I can't. Why doesn't my bot read what happened? I'm sorry. Um,
4 months, 2 or 3 hertz.
hey, I read that, but I don't know why I didn't. Thank you so much, Deathly. Sorry, I was hoping the bot would read when someone subs. I apologize. Thank you so much for 4 months, though. Thank you, thank you. I was just like, wait, what? What was that from? Because I saw the animation on my model, like this, your spirit leaving your body because you're just like stunned. Yeah, anyway, thank you so much. I really mean that I really, really appreciate. Thank you so much, Deathly. But 4 months, that's amazing. I can't believe that's been 4 months already. It's gone by so fast. Um, oh, that's how long you've been together? Safety and I, we've been together for 22 years, but married for 21. So we're pretty old. Um, but yeah, we're childless because we don't have children. Um,
Death Hilly redeemed Safety Bot says.
uh-oh. Just so you know, I mean, it's not anything, I hope you don't mind because it's what the bot has set automatically, but there is a 500 character limit on the bot, so if it stops saying what your whole thing says, that's the
So the
reason.
funny thing that happened to me yesterday, a friend of mine said to me like as soon as I get a boyfriend, and I said something like I can fix that problem, but like the idea I said something like so I could kill myself before I do because it's my friend and I was joking, but then she said, oh really? No, when she read the other message, so basically I messed up my chances. Took her 3 took her 3 took her 3
Oh no! Wait, so it's funny? Aw. So you said the psych part probably because you were afraid of rejection. I'm assuming. Oh, hey, Raced. I'm sorry. Did you earlier use those emotes? I saw. No, that was Safty. Okay, that was Safty. Safety dumped it on it, and I didn't see the orange name, so I didn't think that was you. But yeah, I'm gonna do a shout out to
Death
Race.
Hilly redeemed Safety Bot says.
Deep in me.
Right.
Can't see. Just walk past me.
Yep, it's sack leaks.
Yeah. Oh no. So you kind of just shot yourself in the foot. Oh no. Aw. Well, I wouldn't know how to fix that or suggest how to fix it, but you never know what will happen, and this could be that story that you tell in the future to your kids. Ha ha ha. The How I Met Your Mother type story. I don't know if you ever watched that sitcom, but that was really funny. Um, but yeah, hopefully that's not the case. Let's just, you never know. Um, I wouldn't count yourselves out of it already. I literally just got here. Oh, okay. You literally just got okay. Yo, that's some good stuff. That's so sweet, nice. I love that. Aw. I'm glad. I'm glad. It's been a very long time. Race is almost at the same amount of time. I think you said you've been together with your wife for like 16 years or something like that. It was pretty long too. And I was like, yeah, whoo, high five. Um, Old people. Um, yeah, a lot of people on here I notice are usually in their 20s that are streaming. I rarely meet anybody from Gen X, which is where we are typically. The generation that everybody forgets about. It's either you're a boomer or you're a millennial or you're a zoomer. And it's like, no, there's everybody forgets that there's a generation in between the boomers and the millennials. Thank you. We are like the new silent generation or the new forgotten generation. I don't know. It feels like we are. Like most people, even when Safty went to his parents' house, his parent, he went a couple years ago um for Thanksgiving. I didn't go with him because I don't get along with his parents. Anyway, so they were all discussing crap at the dinner table. It was Thanksgiving, and his sister is a millennial because they're like 5 or 6 years apart, and his parents are boomers, and they're just like yelling at each other. The daughter, his sister, and his parents, and then they were just talking about boomers versus millennials, and then Safety was just like, "Hey, hey," and they're like, "Aren't you a millennial too?" And Safty's like, "Really?" I'm like, "Did you really forget?" Yeah, even his family forgot the generation. It's like, wow, wow, painful. Uh, am Wait, you're 63 years old? Oh, oh, you're turning 34. Okay, I was like, wait, really? Okay, well, so you
Death
fall
Hilly redeemed
in
Safety
the
Bot says.
millennial category. That's cool. Um, so you're not the 20 something, but you're a 30 something. That's great. That's good. Um, yeah, but it's
Oh,
just
my sis-in-law is having another kid, although it's been a year since the last. I feel like I've been wasting my time.
nah. Everybody has their own time. I mean, if you look at it from that point of view, then I've wasted so much time. I don't have any kids, and nor do I plan on ever having them because I had a hysterectomy. So, um, but yeah, I wouldn't compare your life with anybody else. Everybody has their own path and their own time. Um, I would never compare yourself, even if it's to a family member. I mean, for the longest, I'm only saying that from my own experience. I mean, again, it's something you have to come to the realization of yourself, not listen to somebody or not be told by somebody else. It's that whole saying, you can lead a horse to the trough, but you can't force the horse to drink or eat, kind of thing. I'm not saying you're the horse. I'm just saying, in general, you can't force people to do anything, nor can you expect anybody to follow the same path as you or someone else. So, as long as you're content and you're taking your life the direction you want
Alex
to take it,
Zaishomi Femboy redeemed
then
Safety
that's what
Bot
matters,
says.
I think. That's my opinion. We don't do what typical 40-something-year-old people do. I mean,
I've been
and
lazy since 2015. Just do what you can.
yeah, I mean, and it's not, I would not say you're not being
Death
lazy.
Hilly Redeemed Safety Bot says.
There's nothing there. The problem I think with a lot of our society is that we think inaction means you're being lazy, and that's not necessarily true. Is
Not that having kids, but that they are making progress in life. And, well,
but
I haven't been doing much of anything.
but progress is different for everybody. You are going to school, you are getting educated. That's progress. That's you're learning something. You're pursuing, other education, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think that's awesome. I wish I could have the guts to go back to school, but um, I just think right now I don't want to be saddled with debt. So that's why I'm avoiding it. And it's just too expensive these
Alex
days.
Zaishrami Femboy Redeemed Safety Bot says.
Like Safety would like to go back to school too, but it's the debt issue that we don't want to deal with right now. We're already treading water, or, basically, what's the term? Treading water? Uh, Holding your head above, barely above water, kind of, almost drowning, but not really. Not yet. We haven't drowned yet, which drowning means you're in debt. We're just, yeah, we're living paycheck to paycheck kind of thing, which is fine because he's the only breadwinner right now because I have too many health issues to actually get a full-time job again. Which I'm working on. So yeah, everybody has their everybody has their time. I think you're making progress, definitely. I really do. It just it may not be the same progress as your family your family member. Everybody goes their different everybody has a different rhythm. And I'm sorry, the bot might not be reading that. Let me see if it's in the queue. Uh Here. I see it. I think I'm gonna hit the repeat. If you are curious about the bot yourself, it's in beta, but this is the address of the bot. Um, you can tie it to an image and you use OBS. But yeah, it's still in beta, so that's why it doesn't always want to work. I don't know if they're working on that kind of bug, but for whatever reason, it doesn't want to. It just really, I have no idea why it picks and chooses what messages to say. I'm hitting the reload button, but it doesn't want to read it. Here, I'll try reposting it.
Pandagiri Redeemed Safety Bot says.
Maybe it'll read this. Who knows? But yeah, I would never compare your life with another person. Your life is yours to make and mold and do whatever you feel like. You only live once, so obviously if you're not happy with what you're doing or your direction, then I would definitely try to find something else that will make you happy. But yeah, I would never, and this is where it clashes with a lot of how our society handles, like with our parents always telling you what they expect from you and what they want you to do and all this stuff, and it doesn't always align up with what you yourself wants to do. So most people end up getting degrees in stuff they have absolutely no interest in. That's another thing what was really interesting about Dr. K is that he said that his parents gave him an option of either being a lawyer or a doctor or something like that. And he's like, well, he didn't really want to do the higher paying doctor stuff or something like that. And he's like, technically being a therapist or, doing this therapy thing is a doctor. So he went into doing this and mental health and stuff. So I found that amazing, especially coming from an Asian family myself. You can have a whole lot of expectations from you that if you don't live up to, then you're shaming the family or whatever it is. It's really dumb. But yeah, I wanted to go ahead and play that in the background. His video from
Death Hilly
yesterday.
Redeemed Safety
Oh,
Bot
sorry.
says.
Whatever reason, the bot doesn't want to read that message.
Monks got screwed over with no martial weapons. They can't take martial feats and their masteries all decrease their damage compared to their monk die. Why are warrior classes not get martial X's?
Well,
Oh yeah, for sure the housing market is insane right now. I saw a house in Low that was 5 mil, that was 800, scan another in Massachusetts that was about the same price, that was 7, with 6 bedrooms and 7 bathrooms, and that looked honestly like a mini mansion.
Seven. It broke. It broke again. It broke again. I'm sorry.
I understand location is a huge factor on price, but still, the fact the price difference is a 5 difference is crazy.
Wow, 5K. That's crazy. I'm sorry. Hey, Dorn. You're clipping it. Oh no.
Gun? Gun? Oh, stop it.
I don't know how to control the volume of the clips, by the way. Sorry, some of them come out really loud. But thank you for being here, Dorn. That was too funny. It broke. I'm sorry. It's like I said, the bot is in beta, so sometimes it does that. It did that one other time, no, 2 other times, and we all cracked up. It was just, oh my God, it was too funny. But yeah, the housing market is ridiculous right now, and they just keep going up. And the housing market actually affects renting too, and renting is ridiculous right now. I mean, for a 1 bedroom apartment, we're paying like 2,100 a month, and it's ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. It's this tiny 600 square foot apartment, and we're paying 2,100. It's like, what the hell? Yeah, we're never gonna get out of being underwater as far as, holding your head above water anyway. But yeah, nobody needs a house that big unless you have an extremely huge family. I'm happy. I would be content with this like 2 bedroom, 2 bath home. But nobody makes those anymore. They're always like 3, 4, 5 bedroom. And it's like, why? I don't need that many rooms. uh, it's just. Oh, I'm sorry. Links. Okay. Ah, just joined $2,100 rent. Yeah. Oh, hey, hey, last. How are you? How you living? Sorry. Hold on a second.
Death Hilly Redeemed Safety Bot says.
There you go, Dorn. You can post links now. I'm sorry. I went on a cleaning spree on my VIP badges, so now you can post links.
Yeah, I understand, but the fact they are the same price.
They are the same price. Let me see if I can. Wait, what? Hold on a minute. I'm copy pasting something and my camera's wigging out. I apologize. Okay, let's see this clip. I need to go switch to another screen. Hold on.
With 6 bedrooms and 7 bathrooms, and that looked honestly like a mini mansion.
It broke. It broke again. It broke again. I'm sorry. Oh my God.
I understand location is a huge factor on price, but still, the fact the price difference with 6 bedrooms
Sorry.
and 7
Okay, let's
bathrooms,
replay.
and that looked
you, Dorn. Oh, I need to post that in the Clips channel. There. Now you can share it there in the Discord. Not exactly that, only 5K differences in state. Yeah, exactly. It is. $5,000 is a lot of money. It's ridiculous. But yeah, last of living, we do pay 2,100 in rent. Um, Luckily, I don't know if it's lucky, but I don't know why they raised it. They raised it last year on us like $300 suddenly. But this year, at least this year, it's they decided not to raise it at all. So my feeling is that they raised it all because of whatever the pandemic BS that they, justified all the cost increases and stuff last year. And then this year they're just like, nah, we won't raise your rent. I'm like, okay, fine. You raised it 300 last year, and then you don't raise it again this year. It's like, okay, something's fishy. I really don't like it, but considering the rest of the whole country is frying, and you're probably not doing well either, Oblivion, where you are. I mean, I hear all of Europe is miserable right now, and you have like similar record heats, but your infrastructure out in Europe is completely without air conditioning. But I mean, at least you have really insulated walls, but that may not be working in your favor. Like, we have paper thin walls here, literally paper thin. And you guys actually have like structures that are built to last. But I don't know if that's a good thing in this heat. I don't know if it will retain cool weather, or does it just make it like you're like boiling in an oven? I don't know how it works, but I hope you're doing well out there. Thank you for stopping by. It's good to see you again.
Deathhilly redeemed Safety Bot says.
But yeah, my glasses are still broken, or not, they're not broken anymore, but my glasses are still gone. So I can't see hardly anything unless I go right up to my screen.
Mike was finally fixed, and my room is no longer a boiler room. I'm finally free.
Oh, nice. Nice. I'm glad your AC was fixed, especially nowadays. I mean, I think Southern California has been in 100, 110 heat for like a couple weeks now. Ugh. Like Safty's from SoCal, so.
Kiseki redeemed Hi Tilda.
Hey Kiseki, welcome back. But yeah, he looks at those temperatures and he's like reconsidering on moving back there. That's where he grew up. And now that his parents have moved away from that area, they moved to Florida of all places. Now that they're gone, he's like, yeah, I can move back now. But no, he's like looking at the temperatures, and up here it's in the 90s still, but it has not peaked 100 yet, thankfully. I hope it doesn't. I don't want it to anymore. So he's like, okay, fine, we'll stay here. But it's just been very dry. Normally it's not this dry in this region. We usually get a little bit more rainfall, but there's a lot more fires. It's like this is the new California from like the 90s. We're getting the weather that California got in the 90s. Whereas when he grew up, there used to be fire seasons, seasons, not year long. And nowadays it's like we have the fire seasons in the summer. Excuse me. Whereas California now has year-long fire seasons. You don't have a fire season anymore. You just have year-long fire. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, once upon a time, when the 80s and 90s, they just had summer as the fire season, and that's it. And uh, that's like gone. Sorry, I need to. There isn't a redeem Oblivion if you want to read it, because I literally have to break my model to read on my screen what you're saying. So I apologize if my model looks all funky, because I'm getting away from my webcam. You are correct on all you said, but I must say our apartment is quite old. And thank you. Oh yeah, no problem. And since it's old, the insulation isn't quite as amazing as new build homes. Oh, okay. So the insulation is not as good. So you get a lot. Does it take in all the heat? No, it's been about 90, 100, not always. Oh, okay. So it hasn't been always 100. That's good. Yeah, we are always on fire. Woo! I know, right? Oh no. Oh, definitely now that you have the sub again, some of there's like
I will have order.
there's some I have some stickers down there in the panels,
In your dreams.
so you can slap stickers on live stream. It's kind of funny. They just randomly go plop on the screen for a little bit, and then I think 30 seconds or so, and then they disappear. But yeah, they're free to. Those ones are free. There's some that are tied to bits, but I only did
Coach Dawn redeemed Safety Bot says.
the more annoying ones are tied behind bits. Well, I find them to be annoying, but I'm not. They're not annoying. They're more funny, mainstream funny. But yeah. Anyway, I didn't want someone.
Going to make chat make a script about Genshin in the voice of Hank Hill, then feed it to your about to see how it sounds.
Oh yeah, I wanted to make ChatGPT. Oh no. All you have to really do is type in something and he'll read it. That's I don't think you really need to have a script so much. Just I know that earlier it was sounding like GLaDOS. We can change the voice. We were trying so many different voices. We found Fluttershy and other My Little Pony ones and also like Stan Lee, the Ninja Turtles. You can make them sound there's a lot of them that are not working that well. But we were feeding it Samuel L. Jackson lines. Oh, there's ads. We were feeding it, yeah, Samuel L. Jackson lines. So it was saying the mother, mother word, mother, the mother F word, and a lot. And it was really funny actually to listen to that. We were dying. I was like literally rolling on the floor laughing at hearing Fluttershy's voice saying that stuff. So much. It was actually killing me. It was too funny. That'll be fun. Why would it be fun? Oh, this an AI voice. Uh, yeah, this is an AI voiceover. The program that I use is here, let me get that real quick. It's in beta. Um, it's in beta, but this is the address that I use. And the author's still developing it. And then you have to go to another site to get the AI voice. Let me pull it up real quick. I'm just gonna copy paste. I don't know what part of this address
Death
works or
Hilly
not.
redeemed Safety Bot
But
says.
the second the link that I just posted has all the different voices. Not all of them work. Some of them just say garbage. I mean, like they just don't have.
How weird. It says I'm not a sub.
Oh, try
Coach
reloading.
Dawn redeemed Safety Bot says.
Try reloading, definitely, because you subbed in, and sometimes it doesn't register that on the program. Can Hank speak Japanese? I'm not sure, Kiseki. Sorry, now I'm like squinting at my screen. You can
Well,
definitely
I
try.
tell you what, I just don't understand this Genshin Impact thing. I mean, I appreciate a good video game now and then, but all this flashy and I'm stuff and magical powers, it's just not my cup of tea, I'll tell you what. Give me a good old propane grill and some burgers to flip. I reckon folks can have their fun with these games, but for me, I prefer the simple joys of the great outdoors and propane, the way God intended it, I tell you what.
Oh my God, you're having him say it like he is Hank Hill. Oh my God, you and Fi was doing that too, and so was Safety, using the whole propane and propane accessories lines, and oh my gosh, you guys share like the same brain cell, I swear. He didn't say anime right. I think he said anme, enmu, or enme, enme. I think he said enme instead of anime. He cannot speak Japanese, but he does have a Japanese brother. What? Huh? I have never watched the show, so I have no idea what you're talking about. Unless it's like some sort of inside joke thing. But anyway, I'm just gonna, in the meantime, I'm gonna play the video where he starts talking about psychosomatic illness and what I like about Dr. K, and yeah, I really recommend following his channel if you like listening to. He also does coaching, and he takes on a lot of streamers. He talks to gamers, especially in a way, in a verbiage, in a this whole crowd. He talks to them like in terms that they would understand, and he sometimes throws in gaming references that gamers would understand instead of just your typical therapist. So I think you know, he's just a really, and he was just getting to a good part when I noticed it was 1 o'clock yesterday, and I was like, shoot, I'm supposed to start a stream, and so I'm scrambling around. I think that's why I was like 2 minutes late yesterday, because I was just sitting here just watching, and well, not really watching, but listening, because I can't really watch. I sit here and I close my eyes and I play something and I just listen to it. Because when I use my eyes for too long, it hurts. Only because of the blur, and it pulls my eyes. Because if you think of it this way, it's like Derpy, the pony, you know. One of my eyes goes out. It's not extremely noticeable, but it goes the other direction. It goes outward. So one of my eyes looks straight, the other eye goes off. I was diagnosed with lazy eye for a long since I was young. But apparently it's not lazy eye. It's it's called BVD. So yeah, that's my problem. Anyway, I think I fast forwarded to a part where he starts talking on this, so I'm gonna go ahead and start from there.
We have time for questions. Does that sound good?
I don't know if it's loud enough.
Dive. Let us dive. Okay.
Is it too loud?
All right, chat.
Yes, Hank Hill has a Japanese brother. Oh, his father is a World War II. Oh, and while overseas, his father fell in love. Oh,
all right. So today we're going to talk about psychosomatic illness. Now, psychosomatic illness is interesting because I think it is one of the things that is the most misunderstood in like basically all of medicine. So a couple of very common misconceptions. People with psychosomatic illness think that their minds are weak, and other people judge them for their minds being weak. This is false. Second thing is that people think that psychosomatic illness means psychological. That's what it's come to mean. We use this word psychosomatic, but basically like your doctors are like, yeah, it's all in your head, right? And when someone else hears that term, they mean like, oh, it's all in your head. Yeah, there's something going on in your body, but it's like mostly in your head. Oftentimes, if you get diagnosed with a psychosomatic illness, what doctors will do is refer you to a therapist, because we have all of these studies that show that psychotherapy is effective for psychosomatic illness.
This is a new headset.
Which in turn, if like psychotherapy is effective for it, that means that you're kind of screwed up in the head, right? Because if a therapist is helping you, that means like it's all up here. False. So one of the biggest problems that we have with psychosomatic illness is because psychotherapy is helpful for it, we reverse the idea that it is in your head.
From yesterday.
The other problem is that don't think he's live
anymore, but he was live earlier.
The origins of psychosomatic illness,
so this is just a replay,
were oftentimes like discovered by people like Sigmund Freud. So Sigmund Freud like had this patient who was like having really bad periods. And he was like, oh, this is a problem within subconscious mind. And that is why she is having these menses that are so out of crazy. It's all of this hysteria, and it all has to do with her mind, and she does not know how to regulate things in her uterus. This is a problem. So early on in our research, we sort of have this like psychological like idea that these problems, the problems of your uterus, are born in your subconscious mind. There is some truth to that, but as we've discovered now, the truth is actually really different, okay? And then the last thing is that there are a couple of other like common misconceptions. One is that people, if you struggle with psychosomatic illness, or if you know someone with psychosomatic illness, oftentimes we have this idea that they're doing it for attention. Or people will judge you and say, you are doing it for attention. You keep on having a stomach ache and you're doing it for attention, and it's not real. And it pisses off people around you. They're super judgmental. Or if you're on the receiving end of having a loved one with a psychosomatic illness, you get pissed at them. And you're like, fucking A, like on my wedding day, you have to have your GI problems again. There's this idea that we do it for attention. Okay? That is also basically not true. There's some truth to that, but it's not the way that we think. So what we've learned over the past 20 or 30 years about psychosomatic illness is revolutionary. And the basic problem is that physicians are not trained in this, okay? So what do we mean by psychosomatic? That means there is a psychological component and there is a physical component. And what we're going to learn today is that the way that our system of medicine, like Western medicine, is set up is very, very bad at treating psychosomatic illness. So I'll give you all a simple example. So if you've got a psychosomatic illness called POTS, postural orthostatic tachycardic syndrome, you may get referred by your general practitioner or primary care physicians to a cardiologist. And a cardiologist is like, yeah, maybe I can give you some medicine, but what you need to do is you need to go see a therapist. And then you get referred by a psychologist, and a psychologist will do psychotherapy on you, but the psychologist doesn't understand the cardiovascular component of it. So what we've managed to do in our system of medicine is we send you to two different specialists, each of whom knows their particular thing, but doesn't understand how these things are all connected. So we do a very bad job in Western medicine of treating psychosomatic illness because, like, for example, POTS is associated, 44% of people with POTS have a history, 44% of people with POTS, I think, in one study, have a history of sexual abuse or physical abuse, okay? Now, if you go to the cardiologist, what is the cardiologist going to say? They're going to say, okay, like, go see a therapist for that piece, and I will handle this stuff. So if you go to a psychologist, we also know that there are dysregulations, we'll go into what POT is, with your, like, cardiovascular system, right? And the psychologist doesn't know anything about that, so then they send you to the cardiologist. So these are both parts of the disease. But, like, you can't treat them in isolation. So today what we're going to do is we're going to explain to y'all where psychosomatic illness comes from. We're going to, like, understand how our mind and our body is a homeostatic unit. What does that mean? So if my blood pressure drops, it is detected by receptors in my throat, basically. You know, like when people do, like, chokeholds and they, like, make people pass out during, like, these, like, spy movies. They're not actually cutting off oxygen flow. They're actually squeezing both of your carotid baroreceptors and inducing a blood pressure drop, which makes you pass out, okay? So we detect blood pressure up here. And when our blood pressure drops, these things send signals to our heart. Let's pump harder, baby. They also send signals to our kidneys. Let's absorb more volume. Let's absorb water. Because if you have a closed circuit, like a pipe, right, like a blood vessel, and the pressure is low, what can we do to increase the pressure? We can squeeze, okay? We can go from here to here. This will increase the pressure. And we can increase the volume on the inside. Both of these things will increase our blood pressure. So the body works as a whole system. The biggest problem that we have in Western medicine is we've separated the mind from all the other organs.
So
today we're going to understand that the mind is no different from any of the other organs. And if you really want to get a good handle on psychosomatic illness, you have to understand how all these things combine. Now, this is very important for y'all to understand because I hate to break it to you, but very few, even medical doctors or psychologists, will understand this level of, like, thing about psychosomatic illness. Because what do we do in our system of medicine?
Pause it when
we have specialists, right? So I'm going to become an expert in the heart. But as I learn more and more...
We have been trying to reach you concerning your vehicle's extended warranty. You should have received a notice in the mail about your car's extended warranty eligibility. Since we have not gotten a response, we are giving you a final courtesy call before we close out your file. Press 2 to be removed and placed on our do not call list. To speak to someone about possibly extending or reinstating your vehicle's warranty, press 1 to speak with a warranty specialist.
Oh my god. Oh man, I really cannot read a block of text, and so I was, like, preparing for something, like, I don't know, work related or something. I don't know, but I swear, you, Dorn, and Safty like kind of shared the same brain cell. Dorn was just typing something silly for the bot to say. Let's see here. Okay, you say that somehow has copy pasta car's extended warranty. Oh
more
boy, you
about the
guys.
heart, like I don't know so much about healing trauma. And if I'm a psychologist, like, I don't even get like a single hour of medical training on how the heart functions. So what happens when there is a
Coach
disease?
Is here. Well, he was here.
That is not.
He took a clip of. He made the clip earlier.
Wait, Coach Gaga Chat is here.
He was here when Hank was or the
Shishi
bot was.
_Sussy redeemed hydrate.
The bot wigged out on something that Deathleaf typed. And it did the little weird thing. It's in Discord, but let me copy the link. Yeah, Dorn was just here and he grabbed this this clip. If you want to see it, Fido.
Shishi _Sussy redeemed wellness check.
Backflip! I can't do backflips for the last time. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna go up and go use the little panda's room and get more water. Because I actually don't have any water to hydrate right now. So I will be right back. And then we'll continue with this video. For Narnia? Okay, I'll be right back.
Deathly redeemed head pat. Panda.
Oh, thank you for the head pats, Deathly. Thank you. Okay, I'll be right back.
Can I just cheat?
Can you? You might be able to cheat. You might be able to make it. Or yeah, you could just do that.
Yay!
That's what I did.
Help! Somebody help!
Sorry. She's like, someone needs help. Let's go.
Hippogriffs!
Action.
Hippogriffs on the rampage! A giant flock of them! Please, we need help!
Yeah, I hope you get better soon, child. I'm so sorry.
I could do with a little rampage myself.
Uh-oh.
What? Now wait, just a...
Oh my god, Elsa!
Here we go again.
Oh my god. I know! Her face, Aya! I picture that every time you, like, go off with your gun to go shoot things. Left through time, exactly. Wait, what was that bag of?
I will join the fray.
Holy cow. Oh my. It's the attack of the Clees. This is insane. Well, luckily you said something before that because I didn't have to use my thing.
Murdered.
Yes, murdered. But that's okay. Clee was here. Why me, Hoyo? Why? So you can't land on this route at all.
Okay. It was a thought.
Nope.
Okay, I am back. Sorry about that. Alright, I'm gonna continue the video. I don't know. Anybody still wants to watch, but I find him really interesting and informative. So I'm gonna continue.
Localized to one organ system. What happens when
If
you have a
it's too loud,
disease
let
that
me
the
know.
disease is not in one piece, but is in the way that all of the units of your body connect to each other. And that's where psychosomatic illness exists. So unfortunately, you're going to have to become an expert in this. If you have a psychosomatic illness, you have to be the expert, because very few medical doctors or psychologists or therapists will like have the multidisciplinary perspective that it takes. And my goal today is over the next hour, I want to make you an expert in your own psychosomatic illness. What I found as a physician is that, especially when it comes to this set of diseases, having an educated patient is the best treatment. Okay? This is one place where, like, unfortunately, y'all are going to have to be the expert. So let's start by understanding, what do I mean by psychosomatic illness? So we're talking about illnesses like irritable bowel syndrome, or IBS, fibromyalgia, which is like a pain syndrome, POTS, which is postural orthostatic tachycardic syndrome, okay? We're going to go over the basics of psychosomatic illness, and then we're going to use these 3 examples to illustrate certain points. But there are all kinds of other psychosomatic illnesses. Functional GI disorders like functional dyspepsia, gastric dysmotility disorder. There's all kinds of other stuff like chronic fatigue
fido64
syndrome,
redeemed safety bot
reflex
says.
sympathetic dystrophy.
I'll pause it when
There's
it
just
goes
like
off.
all kinds of like GI stuff, skin stuff. It's like whole body kind of stuff. Okay, so there's a ton of diseases that this lecture applies to, and we're going to dive into.
And I will have you know, I watched that clip and have determined it was not gibberish, but in fact was ancient Rulihan proverb to summon foe.
Oh my god. Was it now, Fi? So where's Cthulhu? Oh, that was so funny. It wigged out again. I think you were here the last time it did that. Florida. Oh, that explains everything. Oh my goodness sakes. Um that's too funny. Really, very interesting. But yeah, that's the clip that Dorn captured. But he may just be gone already, but which is fine. I'm just, he tends to just vanish. He pops in and then vanishes again. So, which is fine. Anyway, I'll continue.
To illustrate those general concepts, okay? Yes.
Fido64
CRPS,
redeemed
complex
safety
regional pain
bot
syndrome,
says.
100%. Okay? Hypothyroidism, a little bit less so, but I'm sure there's some thing. Neurodermatitis, absolutely, right? So the other thing is that this is not a substitute
He's
for
parading
medical.
around as this jackass named Ron DeSantis.
I'm not saying I don't agree. I don't disagree with you, but I want to try to keep politics out of this because I know it's going to piss off people, especially with my point of views and stuff. I've already done it before. I've already pissed off people, so I want to keep this. I want to keep this kind of. I keep my Discord my opinions on Discord.
Fido64 redeemed safety bot says.
As you know already, how I have strongly expressed my opinions. I do that. I keep that on Discord for a reason because that's my outlet. If I start screaming or not, yelling my opinions over stream, I think everybody would vanish. Oh man. Anyway, okay, I'm gonna continue.
Treatment. So, and that's, I really mean that. And what I mean is that we're going to teach you all the stuff that medical doctors don't actually know, which is about health promotion and how you can do everything from rewire your brain to like re-regulate your nervous system to like everything. We're going to tie it all together. But this is all the crap that you need to know that you can do for your illness that is not a medical treatment.
Seems okay.
Anything we discussed today, I strongly recommend, if you have one of these diagnoses, you really do go to your medical doctor and you talk to them about these concepts. And you kind of you use them or utilize them to help yourself craft a plan about what works for you.
Okay, I want to back up what Dr. K just said here. I just recently
redeemed safety bot says.
I just recently started with a new naturopath. Sorry, I'll wait for the bot to kick in so I don't interrupt it. But yeah.
Sounds perfect for me.
Oh, thank you, Deathly. I don't know if any of you are really interested in this, but I really love what this guy has to say, and he says it in a way that I can digest. Like I don't like sit there and I glaze over. He actually punctuates the more important stuff. He doesn't go into too much of the terminology where I just start to glaze over and I'm like, huh? Anyway, so I just started with this naturopath that my chiropractor, and she's not just any chiropractor. She doesn't just crack my neck kind of thing. She's a neurologist, specialized chiropractor. Anyway, she recommended me try this naturopath, and I was seeing another naturopath before this, and they just kept giving me tests. Or well, I had to take tests. I had to pay for them. I had to pay for like a $400 test, only for it to come back negative. I have all these issues, and they're just like trying to figure out what's wrong with me. But all this time, my issues were trauma. Uh, were based on trauma, but I don't know anything. I don't even know anything about my body. But anyway, so um, the last naturopath kept giving me sleeping pill, like sleeping related, not even just natural stuff like melatonin, trying to have me take all these other natural herbs that are supposed to help you sleep, but they never did. They never helped me. Um, and I did mention, that I had a history of abuse and um, I've never been able to sleep. Like I always have sleeping issues. I sleep for like a few hours and wake up in like a panic attack. I know it sounds weird that, anybody would wake up in a panic attack, but I would always wake up in panic attack, meaning like my heart is racing, feels like it's going to jump out of my chest and my eyes are like alert. I mean, I'm not groggy or anything. I'm just like, "Whoa, where am I? What's going on?" Like I panic. I literally just freak out and I um feel like screaming. Like I feel like I need to jump out of my skin kind of feeling. And I explained that to the doctor and just like, well, we'll just give you something stronger. It's like, here, you have this. And then the one telling thing that she told me, um, that she wasn't going to be the right doctor for me. She's just like, I just don't understand that all that trauma, all that abuse happened like over 20 years ago. Why are you still dealing with it now? I just kind of looked at her and I'm just like, I don't know. I I can't say. I mean, but then anyway, so this new naturopath that I'm seeing that handles things with flower essences, a lot of the tree hugging stuff that most people scoff at and think it's really lame and stupid and everything like that. But they have worked amazingly. And I can't explain how they do work or why they work or what's going on. And I don't get it myself. Uh-oh.
Fido64 redeemed head pat. Panda.
I think some of the I just some of the little guys are stuck for some reason. Let me try to free them. Oh my god, they're stuck. Um let me try to fix this so they're not stuck up there. They look like they're not happy up there. Um I'll erase this. Sorry, I need to fix the stream avatar thing because I don't know what I'm doing with this program. I wanted them to walk around the screen though. So that's why I did it this way. So they're not just at the bottom, but they're being really stubborn and they don't always like to do what I want it to do. Ah, that's not what I want. Really hard to see what I'm doing. Ah, no. Get. I can't do anything. Sorry. I'm trying to. I have really bad control with my mouse, as you can see. Oh my god. Okay. I don't even know how to match up lines. Oop. Oop. Oh, come on. Work, dang it. No. Come on. I guess they don't like barricades. Okay. And then one last thing. I wanted to do something. I can't see where the little box is. Okay. There. Sorry about that. Scuff. But yeah, that's how you do the stream avatars where you try to tell them where to go. But thank you for the head pats. But yeah, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, so my doctor just basically said the quiet part out loud, and they were just like, I just don't understand why you're still struggling with something that you dealt with 20 years ago. Because I haven't, seen my mom or my family really in, well, 15 to 20 years. And I still struggle with nightmares and everything like that. So the flower essences have tapped into some like your deep subconscious area of your body, and it's just really interesting. The essences are like a mixture of different flowers, or just even just one flower, and they just tap into just your subconscious. I don't know how else to explain it, and it's really weird, but it's given me so much relief. And I've gotten more sleep in the last 6 months, or maybe more like 5 months, than I have my entire life. And it's been really weird, but really, really good at the same time. Um, I struggle with really, really high cortisol because apparently, when you have trauma since when you're little, your body is wired to deal with danger, and think everything is going to be dangerous. So thus the cortisol. Cortisol is a natural occurring hormone in our body that protects us. It keeps us awake, keeps us alert. But around, right before bedtime, I mean, depending if you're nocturnal or not, right before you go to bed, or when your body's ready to go to bed, it starts to ramp down, and that's when the melatonin kicks in. So it's either you're run by cortisol, your cortisol's high and your melatonin's low, and at night it flips. Your melatonin's high and your cortisol's low, because the cortisol hormone keeps you alert and, you know, functioning, I guess, and melatonin puts you to sleep. My body was just not creating any natural melatonin, and my cortisol was constantly ramped up to the very top. It's just basically, as my doctor tells me, I had my therapist too. I had my foot on the pedal, on the gas pedal, and never on the brake. So I just was plowing through life and just, trying to get by, and that's it. So what Dr. K was saying was just makes so much sense. You have to educate yourself, unfortunately, and find the right doctors that understand, especially trauma-informed doctors. There's the key factor. I was seeing doctors that were not trauma-informed, and they were just like, why do you have all these, like, why do you have IBS? Why do you have fibroids? Why do you have migraines, constant migraines? I had migraines every day. I have them every day, but I haven't had them every day in the last like 5
Fido64
months.
redeemed Safety Bot says.
So it's been amazing. I really highly recommend finding someone that specializes in homeopathic medicine. You can find a lot of floofy people out there that don't really know it right, but
Sending positive energy and love your way. Also propane, love me some propane.
Got it, Fido. Thank you. Oh man. You guys really like Hank, don't you? I mean, his name is not Hank, but you like the Hank voice anyway. So thank you, Fi. That's really sweet of you. But yes, even if you may not think you struggle, and this is the thing that I think Dr. K was addressing in his video, is you may not think you struggle with like some sort of traumatic event, but it could be deep, like like it could have dug deep into your subconscious and you don't even realize it. And then when you do realize it, it just comes out like a floodgate and you're just like, whoa. So you have to have a security net to catch you and be able to help you heal that. Otherwise, it could just be like a big gushing open wound that doesn't go anywhere. And you end up just not sure what's going on with your body. That you'll start seeing symptoms and stuff like that happen that you've never had before that just suddenly come out and you're just like, wait, what? And that's what happens when, you release the energy that's been trapped inside your body.
Okay? All right. So let's dive in. Is Crohn's partially psychosomatic? Sort of, but it is less psychosomatic than IBS. Okay, and we'll explain how. Okay.
Now that's interesting.
Does this imply that it is driven by the mind? Yes and no. This is the problem. Is even in that question. So someone's asking, does psychosomatic mean driven by the mind? No. Nothing in you is driven by just one part of you. This is something very important to understand. The psychosomatic illnesses are the ones that are more holistic. And what do I mean by more holistic? This means that there is an interaction between 3, 4, or 5 organ systems. And that interaction is miswired, which means that anyone who targets a particular organ system will not actually lead to a whole lot of healing or recovery, which is why a lot of our pharmacologic medications for psychosomatic illnesses don't do great, right? So we can fix one piece, but there's a whole system problem, and we're going to illustrate that, okay? So let's start with the origins of psychosomatic illness. So what causes a psychosomatic illness? So back in the day, Freud made a observation, and Janet, I think, also made this observation on a psychosomatic illness. And what they essentially discovered is that there appears to be a psychological component to someone's physical manifestations. So Freud was looking specifically at
I'm glad you're feeling better. I hope your glasses get worked out soon.
Janet was looking at other things.
Oh, whoa. My chat didn't go off, but... Oh, hey, Brick Muppet. I'm sorry. I'm just like... I hope you're feeling better. Thank you. Thank you so much, Brick Muppet. Thank you. How are you? I don't know why it didn't flash that you oh, that's so weird. Something's... hold on a minute. I'm gonna do... Wait. Now it says he's not in? I don't even see the message in chat either. I wonder what happened. But it says in my activity feed, I saw something flash up in there. I was like, what? And then I saw the oh, there you are. Hey, Brick Muffet. Yeah, I saw the little soul leaving body thing that I have set whenever somebody subs. I saw that happen. I was like, wait, look over. I'm expecting what's that? What's that about? But thank you so much. Wow, 19 months. Thank you so much for 19 months, Brick Muppet. I can't believe it. 19 months. That's closing on 2 years. What the fuck? I'm sorry. How are you though? How are you doing? Is your recovery well with your knee? Oh wow, yeah, I remember when you did this. Oh, one thing about Rick that's just really entertaining is that when he does finally complete an objective in Final Fantasy, he's always extremely happy, and I love that joy. That level of joy is just amazing. But yeah, you go from the super focused person, and then all of a sudden you just have this deep breath and a silence, and then you just crack up, you're just like, yes, yeah. Anyway, but yeah, how is it going? And sorry, I don't know why I didn't announce it. That's really weird. It's like all my did my widgets not I don't know why I did that. I really don't. So I apologize. I don't know why. So I'm squinting at my screen right now. Why did it do that? Because it was supposed to do something like this. Let's see if I can kind of recreate it. I think I can kind of recreate it, but see, it was supposed to do something like this. So I don't know why it didn't. So I apologize. Why does it say my name? I don't know why. I'm so sorry. I don't know why it's doing that. Anyway, maybe I have to reboot the bot. Yeah, I'll do that real quick. It's gonna probably throw on something, throw a fit on the screen. So apologize. Yep, it's throwing about. Yep, okay. Let's try again. Oh, it's fine. I can't stay long. I just want to. Well, thank you. No worries about not staying. I appreciate you coming by, and it was good to see you again.
Oh, it's fine. I can't stay long. I just wanted to wish you well.
Aw, thank you again. Sorry, I did squint and read that. I just noticed you used the bot because the bot went down, and I'm hoping this reset will work. Hopefully it works. Anyway, are you going into work or you're going to bed or something to work? But yeah, stay safe out there. It's really bad outside. Make sure you drink plenty of water, hydrate, and stay safe. And yeah, good luck with everything. Hold on a sec. I saw the box that says new first time chat. Sorry, my model wigs out when I go away from my webcam, so I apologize. It looks really funny because I can't read. I don't. My glasses are broken. So streamer, how are you? Are you okay? I'm okay. I'm just I'm blind, really blind or blindish, should I say? I can see colors and shapes, but my glasses broke and they've been missing for about 2 weeks now. I would have had them on last Friday, but the lab messed up my prescription, so they went back to the labs. Yay! But yeah, welcome to the Bamboo Forest. I'm Panda Giri. Thank you for stopping by. You sound as if you're sad. I'm sad? No, I'm not sad. I'm just. This is how I sound. I'm perfectly fine. Sorry. um, I don't mean to sound sad. It's just I don't. I mean, I'm just. If anything, I am sad that my bot's not working. But yeah, I can't really read things. So there is a little there's a 10 channel point redeem. Let me see if this is testing.
Pandagiri redeemed Safety bot says.
Please work. There's like 2 different bots that are supposed to read. One's supposed to read that, and the other one sounds like Hank Hill.
Testing.
Yeah, that one. Okay, that one works. Okay, good. They both work again. Yay. All right. I'm going to continue with this video. Oh, see, yeah, it works now. Thank you for the follow, Newtonia? Did I say that right? Newtonia? Thank you again for the follow and welcome to the Bamboo Forest. I'm currently just rewatching a VOD of yesterday's Healthy Gamer GG. It's Dr. K's video. He's talking about psychosomatic illnesses, which is right now I think he's mostly addressing IBS, fibromyalgia, and POTS. And I thought it was really interesting. I tried to watch it yesterday right before my stream started, and then I had obviously I had to stream, so I didn't get to finish it. But he covered so many interesting information that I thought it would be really interesting to watch again and share with other people and get what other people think about this. At least because I'm a much smaller channel than obviously his, so I can chat and discuss things more openly, I guess.
But what these 2 people basically
POTS,
discovered is that
what? Yeah,
people
POTS.
who have a psychosomatic illness.
I forgot what it stood for, but it's a psychosomatic. Apparently, it's a psychosomatic illness. But yeah, there's like a lot of people that struggle with it. I knew somebody that had it, but yeah, never mind. Don't tell me what POTS is. I don't want to know. Yeah, it's an acronym for something. I really don't remember. I mean, I'm sure Googling it could come up with something, but he said it just a minute ago, but I forgot what it said.
Bypass a part of their mind. So this is kind of how this works, okay? So they made this observation.
Dr. K is a really amazing
Okay.
like coach,
Actually,
mental
you know
health
what?
coach, and also
let's actually talk about something else real quick. Okay.
therapist
So let's finish talking about this before
on
we go to the diagram. All
on
right.
Twitch.
So what
I highly
Freud
recommend
and Genet
following
basically
him.
discovered is that they noticed that as
If you
their
enjoy
patients
this
who had
kind
really
of
bad
content,
somatic manifestations,
like mental health coaching,
essentially were bypassing a part of their mind. And what they sort of discovered is that the mind is capable of splitting itself in two.
I don't want
And then,
to
like, the
be
more we
aware of
bypass
something
our
that I might
mind, the
diagnose
more
with.
somatic
Oh,
problems
I
we tend to
see.
have. Okay. Now, this has been borne out later in other kinds of research like trauma. So we know, for example, that people who are traumatized early in life, one of the 6 domains of their body, mind, life that is affected is increased somatic complaints. So if you go through a psychological trauma, like even something like emotional abuse, you are more likely to have random problems in your body. So Freud and Genet both sort of discovered this kind of principle. Now, they also made a couple of different ideas behind it. So Freud thought that...
Hold on. Have you ever suffered from something like mental illness before? Oh yeah, I have a boatload of stuff that I deal with. Mine's all I go to a therapist for my stuff, and also see a naturopath to help heal my physical symptoms. But um, essentially, I was abused since I was a baby from my mom. My mom was super abusive, super narcissistic. She was like textbook narcissist. And I was just the unfortunate scapegoat, if you want to put it that way. So, um, because of my mom and because of the constant abuse I've dealt with, I have trouble sleeping. I have IBS. I have constant migraines. I had to have a hysterectomy because I had fibroids the size of grapefruits inside of me. I've had a lot of issues, and a lot of people are just like, I don't know why. A lot of doctors I go see, they're like, I don't know why you would develop this. Like Asians are not supposed to have fibroids. This is not common in Asians, and all this other BS and stuff like that. And it's just like I had no idea. I'm like, I came to you because you're the doctor. I don't have any medical training. And so what I appreciate about Dr. K is that he's trying to educate people on how to look for these things, and explain why our physical bodies are connected to how we feel mentally, inside of us. Everything is connected. The Body Keeps the Score is another good book. I'm not able to read books. I need to find a, what do you call those? Audiobook, I guess. Yeah, I need to find an audiobook for it, but I haven't gotten around to it. But there's a book called The Body Keeps the Score. And the more you suppress a lot of trauma, the more it will come out physically and all sorts of things, because your body's like telling you you need to heal this, you need to fix this, you need to help yourself. Don't ignore it. It won't let you ignore it. And it comes out in so many different ways. So, yeah, trauma. I mean, I don't think there's anybody in the world that has never experienced trauma. I think there's always some sort of trauma. And the problem is most people try to compare themselves to others or say, oh, same, me too, and same, and same, and same. And not everybody deals with the same traumas, but symptoms may be similar, but they're not exact. So, what works for one person doesn't mean it will work for another, and vice versa. So, let me see. I need to squint at my screen again. I can't read your text unless I like right up at the screen. Sorry. Did you have a bright spot in your life? No, I never did. That is very true. The mind and the body are not separate. They are, yeah, I mean, our whole bodies are connected, but we are raised to believe, at least in the Western world, that everything is separate. And a lot of the stuff that we suffer is all in our head and everything like that. And that's why I really found this video interesting of Dr. K's. But yeah, it's very true. I'm glad that you feel that way too. I'm going to continue the video though.
The nature of the subconscious problem,
and this is a VOD, by the way, from
symbolically
yesterday,
manifests in the body. So, for example, like
Deathily redeemed
the
Safety
kind of
Bot says.
psychological thing that happened results in a certain like
Thanks,
bodily
Deathly, for
complaint.
redeeming that.
So if, for
It gives my
example,
eyes
I
a break.
feel like my parents are suffocating me because they don't let me pursue my dreams, then I'll have some kind of like
I mean, I
lung
personally
complaint and I
feel
can't
I've
breathe.
never had
So
any
that's what
trauma.
Freud thought.
I
don't
might
really
have
put-
forgotten, luckily.
Well, see, yeah, that's the thing though. Definitely is like your body tends to mask things too. I mean, if you shove trauma away, it will come back someday if it is there. I'm not saying, it's not necessarily that you have trauma, but if there is any, your body will scream at you later. There's a lot of if you've heard of the term disassociation, um our bodies tend to disassociate when we are in a freeze stance. So there's like the functional freeze stance. That's what I had struggled with all my life, is the functional freeze, where you disassociate your mental self from your physical self. So you don't actually feel your own pain until it gets to the point where it's just nearly falling apart, like there's just, but there's the point of no return too, and then that point of no return usually is the form of cancer and stuff. So um, usually cancer doesn't just come out of nowhere. It's something that has mutated and built up and messed up. Your body is all messed up in there, and it will form into that. I mean, yes, there's a lot of hereditary stuff, but if you think about it, um, when it is hereditary, you are inheriting. There's also studies where you inherit trauma from your parents. Up to 3 generations can be passed down to your offspring. So sometimes the stuff that shows up in your own body may not even be your own. It may be your parents, your grandparents, or your great grandparents. So there's this study. I mean, my therapists have told me that, which is really interesting. So it not necessarily means that you underwent that trauma to form that.
Chocolate Disc Zero redeemed
Thank you for the
hydrate.
hydrate. We talking psychology. Yeah, basically. I'm watching a video on psychosomatic stuff. So basically, yeah, race. I always find this stuff interesting because I opened the can of worms on my own for my own life, and I have felt such a difference. I haven't felt
Deathily redeemed Safety Bot says.
I haven't felt better in my whole life. Like I went 40 plus years with so many questions, seeing so many doctors and getting nowhere, just throwing
I
money out.
suppose trauma I've had is cracking my head open on a wall and dropping boiling water on my wrist and being in and out of the hospital for most of my early years.
Oh, that doesn't ow. That doesn't sound pleasant. But yeah, and I mean, because I've been seeing this therapist for 2 years now, I think 2.5 years, and she's somatic. Her company is called Clarity Somatics or something like that. She deals with the somatic thing. She's taught me so many different terms like our vagal system, vagal nervous system and everything like that. It's there's so many things, and all of my issues trace back to my trauma that I had as a baby. I mean, my mom literally would throw me on the ground when I was a baby. Someone that was close to our family told me that. And she would just rush in and pick me back up and try to calm me down. And stuff like that. My mom is very abusive. She had her own issues, and um I think she, on top of her other issues, of like, for instance, she was forced to marry my dad. It was one of those arranged marriages. They were also like 13 years apart, and she was unhappy, and she had to leave her home country, and she was forced to come to U.S. Um, yeah, she wasn't happy. She's never been happy, and I think I was just the target of all that stress and anger, and it's unfortunate, but it happened. I mean, it's one of those things where I can't hold it against her, but at the same time, I'm upset that why did it happen to me kind of thing. So that's what I'm still working out on. I mean, I have a younger sister who was treated like the golden child. She has everything. She still has everything. And she's treated like complete polar opposite of what I was. Uh, and then she doesn't see anything wrong in the way my parents behave. Um, she was encouraged to beat me up. She was encouraged to, make me cry. She was encouraged to do all sorts of evil, mean things, and my mom would applaud her and reward her. So, I mean, when you get rewards like that from childhood to abuse your older sister, that sets it up to be a very broken family situation. And she still doesn't see anything wrong with how she did. She denies it the whole time. She's like, "Oh, it wasn't that bad. Oh, it wasn't like that." I'm like, "Oh, yes, it was. Yeah, it was. You used to bite me till I bled, and you pull my hair until I bled and my scalp would bleed, and you would punch me and kick me and yeah, scratch me." She would I was not a fighter. I can't fight. I don't fight. I try to defend myself. That's different, like, blocking things, and she'd throw things at me. It was not a fun childhood, let's put it that way. Um, so not only was my mom abusive,
Coach Dawn
my
redeemed
sister was
Safety
super
Bot
abusive.
says.
So, oh, my mom and my sister, yeah, I think my mom is. I haven't talked to her in like 18 years. So I honestly don't know. I cut off ties with my family.
I tell you what, that sounds like a terrible appraising, and now that you're free from it, it's time to smile and look forward to a brighter future. A future lit by the warm embrace of a nice propane grill.
I don't want to be embraced by a propane grill. That's like that sounds painful. But thanks, Dorn. If I didn't know better, I would think that Fido typed that. But yeah, I know but it's easier said than done at the same time. Um, like I said, I don't talk to them for a reason. My sister still has my number somehow, but she did send a text last year. But I haven't heard from her before that for like 8 years. And she just says, "Dad's dying of cancer, call him." That's all she said in the text message.
hdehlly redeemed Safety Bot says.
And so my dad is dying of stage 3 cancer apparently, but I haven't talked to him. I don't plan on talking to any of my family. Per my therapist saying that probably a bad idea because you'll
Don't
just get
knock it
pulled.
till you try it.
You can go hug a propane I can't even say the word propane grill all you want. I'm not going to do that. That's no thank you. Have you asked your mom why? No, I don't ever plan on it. She still doesn't feel like she did anything wrong. Let's put it that way. Because narcissists don't believe they did anything wrong. It's hard to explain. It was like when I finally okay, so I know I briefly mentioned when I was 19, I was raped and I ended up pregnant from that rape. It was my very first time. Um, and I ended up pregnant and I was 19. I mean, I didn't know better. I was very clueless about, I still am clueless about life, but 19, I was very, 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 very clueless. And I had people pulling me every which way. Like my mom and dad were like, uh, you have to marry this guy or we're not going to ever acknowledge that this is your baby. This is our grandchild, because you had it out of wedlock. And I'm like, I'm going to not marry my rapist. And they're just like, but there's no such, basically they said in their own way that there's no such thing as rape. And it was really upsetting because it just, when your own family tell you that you asked for it. And I'm the most, I don't wear things that are revealing. I hate showing skin. Um, it was somebody I met at my workplace, and we weren't dating, we weren't doing anything. I was just complaining one day at work that this is my first W or W, what, the tax forms. My first time filing my own taxes, because even though I worked for my parents since I was 11, my dad handled all the taxes. Because I didn't really get paid. I mean, there's nothing to really report. So I was 19 on my own. I had left home, and I met someone at my workplace that was going to help me with my taxes, and he ends up raping me. Anyway, so I end up pregnant. A family friend was like, "No, you can't abort the baby," because my parents was like, "You have to abort it," and the family friends like super religious, like super Christian people. I mean, so unbearably Christian. It was like kind of suffocating. And well, my mom's like, "Well, if you decide to keep the kid, then you're no longer our daughter." So I was disowned. And then I'm like, I don't know how to. I can barely take care of myself. I mean, I was ordering, a large Domino's pizza, and I was eating one slice a day. That was my my nutrition, all every day for months. That's all I ate because I was so poor. I mean, when you are poor, you have to make ends meet, right? So I ordered one large pizza, and I would just pick at one slice a day, and that was my meal. Um, I was like, I can barely take care of myself, let alone go to the doctors and feed for two. I mean, if you saw my diet, you'd probably be like, "What?" So they're like, "Fine, we'll take you in." So the family friend, who's not really it was like they knew my family, they knew my parents and everything. They took me in. I lived with them for 7 months, and they adopted the baby because I didn't want it. Um, I could barely take care of myself, let alone a baby. So they were just like, "What do you plan on doing with the baby?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I haven't looked that far ahead." I was like kind of in a freeze state. Like I was not thinking. I was having an out of body experience basically. I don't really even remember much of that time from uh between 19 and 20. I don't remember any of my life really. Um and So they adopted the baby, and I left immediately after. Oh, ads. Sorry. We'll be right back. But yeah, I left. I left there. I had nowhere to go, and then my parents were like, "Well, we need someone to work at the store again, so you can come home and work for us, but you're still not our daughter anymore, and we won't pay you, but you can have a home to live in." So that's what I ended up doing because I had nowhere else to go. So I put up with that until I was, and in that time period is when I met Safdie online. This was again 1999. This is like the beginning of the internet stage, internet world, where we had 56K modems, that annoying sound that modems make. Yeah. We didn't have internet connections like we do today. I met on a message board and we were just chatting, and I wasn't looking for any. It was it was an anime message board that had a Christian twist to it. Because at the time I thought, well, because I was stuck at that place for 7 months and they inundated me and they basically forced me to convert. So I did. Um, and I thought that this is what I had to do, to receive any affection or be accepted as a human being. And that's why I personally don't. It's hard to explain. I have nothing against religion. It's not for me because it hasn't really improved anything. I really think it is your own experiences and your own relationship and everything like that. But you can't force somebody to do it, just like anything else in life. Sorry. No, you're fine. Safdie's sweet. He came over to hug me. You didn't get in the way of the stream. You're fine. Sorry. Anyway, and like I said, I don't have anything against religion. I just have I think most of the humans that represent the religion are corrupt and do things for the wrong reasons. Because even the family that was super hardcore Christian, the father, the guy that adopted, he's not the family friend. It was the mother that was the family friend. Um, and her husband. Her husband, I mean, he would do the whole thing where you stand up in church and wave your hand and, praise God and all this other stuff. He would constantly always do that every time we go to church. But then behind the scenes, he'd be hitting on women, even though he's supposedly happily married. He'd hit on the waitresses. He hit on the people that the drive-through when he goes to pick up his coffee. He was such a, and he even told me that okay, he taught me this. He was like, girls don't get raped. Men just follow the 4 F's, or the 3 F's is what he said. You find them, you F them, and you forget them. And that's what he told me. He actually honestly told me that. He sat me down and he told me that. So he's like, there's no way you got, raped. And he's like, I don't believe it for 1 second. It's like, yeah, they don't believe in it. And he's a horrible man, and he ended up being the father, the adopted father for my biological daughter. And even though she's like 24 now, she refuses to talk to me. And it's fine. It's her choice. It hurts. It's her choice. All I did was, I gave her up, so that's my fault. Anyway, yes, I do have a lot of things I'm struggling with still. So I'm sorry. It's really difficult when you have so many layers, Everybody has layers. Everybody is made like an onion. There's so many different layers. And that's why I say that you may not know what you have buried under those layers. You don't know what kind of traumas you've buried, but they're probably there. And someday they'll reveal themselves in some form or matter, So I'm sorry to dump that on you guys, but yes, there's a lot of things that a lot of people go through that are 100 million times worse than that. And I can tell you that it's not easy to get over things. It really isn't. I wish I can just say I can look on the bright side of stuff and move on. But it's really hard, especially when you have no support group whatsoever. I have my husband, yeah, but that's literally all I have. It'd be so much better to have a mother figure in my life, or even my sister, but I don't. So when you don't have anybody, it's kind of one of those things where you just like sit there and you're just like, oh my God, you have no support. You have no support net, Like if you have, I don't have any real life friends because I'm scared of people. I'm still working on things to where I run away from people all the time. Um, I let them trample all over me and treat me badly and say some horrible things and not think anything of it because I think that's my lot in life. I'm supposed to just take it, grin and bear it. And but then there's a point where I just kind of snap because I'm one of those people that just passively builds things up to a point where I boil over and I can't take it anymore and then I just cut people off. I don't know how to establish boundaries. I don't know how to tell people to stop something, stop doing something. I am learning by starting with this channel. I mean, I established my rules and my rules are there. And I have come to try to learn to be like, no, please don't do that on my channel. It's in the rules. It's my boundaries. It's my comfort. It's what I consider my comfort zone, what I'm comfortable with handling and not handling. So I'm learning, but I'm not perfect, of course. I mean, everybody's not perfect. We're all human. So, but yeah, I've lost many friendships because of my lack of boundaries. And I think above anything else, that's the most important thing to establish is a strong set of boundaries with where you draw the line and be like, I don't appreciate that comment. Please take that back. It's not funny, that kind of stuff. I would just usually just and laugh it off, you know. But deep down inside, I'm like, that really, really irritates me, or that bothers me, or that wasn't very nice. And even if it's not directed at me, it's directed at somebody else. I'll be like, that's not nice. Don't say that. And then they like, oh well, you know, they're fine with it. We're just joking, you know, kind of thing. And they just write it off, and it's just like, wow. And yeah, so anyway, I'm sorry. I see boxes, colored boxes. I can't read anything from where I'm sitting. I have to like mess up my model by looking away from, I have to like squint at my screen. So I apologize. Hold on. I don't know you personally, and where it's coming from a stranger can mean little, but I could tell that you have a kind heart. Oh, thank you, Newtoni. I appreciate it. And only someone with another kind heart would be able to say something like that. So thank you. And that means a lot to me, and it's same to you. I'm sorry that happened to you. I truly am. Well, you know, like I said, um, everybody has their trauma stories. I'm not saying I have it worse or I have it the worst, you know, ever. I don't. I'm not going to ever claim that because there's a whole lot of people that deal with so much worse. And you can't really technically compare trauma, I don't think, because anything that's traumatic for you may not be traumatic for somebody else. And that's why a lot of people are like, oh, that's not so bad, because they can't picture it. They don't have your experiences, they don't have your senses, they don't have your tolerances, you know, they don't have the same levels as you. So they what may not bother somebody may really bother another person. So everybody's different. Everybody's built differently. I'm so sorry you have to go there. Oh, thank you, definitely. But it's okay. You don't have to be sorry. I mean, I appreciate the thought, but it's what it is what it is, right? Or how's it say? Uh, there's a saying. It is what it is. That's what it is. Ultimately, that is what needs to happen, but you don't need to take a long step. Just small steps are fine. Yeah, well, yeah, of course, yes. Oh, Natoyo, hello. I love healthy. Oh, good, good. Yeah, I'm sorry, paused it. Hi, Panda, is everything okay? I was just talking about, I just got rambling into my stupid self, my past, and because yes, a lot of things happen, and I really love Healthy Gamer. Yes, Dr. K is great. This is a VOD from yesterday. I started watching it right before my stream, and then I couldn't finish it. But he was talking about the most amazing stuff, and that's why I was like, I want to play this for this my stream and just watch it. And it's very educating. I think it addresses a lot of interesting stuff about how the trauma that we deal with, things that we deal with on an emotional level, how much it can affect us physically and in the form of illnesses and come out in things like IBS, fibromyalgia, POTS, things like that. Hey, Calricha, welcome back. Sorry, I have to squint at my screen to see you, but yeah, thank you. I'm sorry I'm a little late in welcoming you, but thank you for stopping by again. Appreciate seeing you. Well, at least it's over now. Yeah, it is definitely over. At least I think it is. But they are still alive. So you never know when, you know, like I have every part of me wants to reach out to my dad who is dying of stage 3 cancer. And I recently, I know this is stupid of me, but a long time ago, I was given, like my sister showed me her Instagram link. Um, I don't use that site, but you know how you can go to the page and you can look and see pictures and stuff like that. She has a family. My sister has 2 kids, and I've never met them. I haven't seen my sister in like 13, 14 years now, I think. So it's been a long time. And so she has 2 kids, a daughter and a son, and it's my only window into seeing my niece and nephew. I know it sounds creepy and weird, but I mean, my therapist says it's fine because they are still my family. It's not that I'm stalking them or, you know, doing anything creepy or anything. I just want to see their faces. I just want to see who they look like and how they're doing and all stuff. And even though people post only happy moments on Instagram or whatever, I don't deal with the social media aspect of things. But yeah, I just pop in every like few months to see what kind of pictures they've shared and what they look like and all the other stuff. So I can pretend that I'm part of their life when I'm not, you know, like stuff like that. Let's see here. I'm squinting at my screen again. Sorry, my model's gonna be all wonky. Everyone has their own demons. Size doesn't matter. We are all different, or different. Some weak, some strong. Traumas, big or small. Exactly, Natoya. You have it. You nailed it right there. That's very true. Very true. No, no, it's okay. Take your time. Oh, thank you, Kawisha. You should reach out. No, no, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna reach out to my family. It just opened a can of worms. I do not have the. Technically, I don't have the equipment to deal with right now. Why not reach out? Oh, no, no, I'm not going to. The last time that I spoke to my sister, um, she was living in San Jose. So she was like, at the time, it was like 8 hours away from where I was in Oregon. And she went up to Portland for a mini vacation or something like that. So she went like a few hours north. It's like to Portland at the time was 2 hours away from where we lived. We're in Portland now, but we didn't live there at the time. And I remember reading somewhere on one of her social medias that she just had a really fun time in Portland and stuff. Like, oh hey, you drove on you drove right past us on the 5. Why didn't you stop by? And she's like, why? And I'm like, to say hi. We could have like had dinner, treat you out for dinner or something like that. And she's like, I don't want to waste my time and visit you. And I'm just like, fine. So that's why. It's not so much that I don't want to, is that I know that she doesn't want to, because she's told me specifically that I'm a waste of time. So that's why I don't reach out. I would love to meet her kids. Um, and there was this argument back and forth after that when she told me that I'm a waste of time, and she got her husband involved, who I've never met either. By the way, she forgot to invite me to her wedding too, because I only found out through my dad. I remember when I was still talking to him. This was like mid 2000s. Um, I was talking to him about something completely unrelated. He's like, "Oh, you go Lily wedding?" I'm like, Lily wedding? Huh?" That's what he calls my sister. My sister's name is Lily. Anyway, Lily wedding. And I was like, "What wedding?" And he's like, "Oh, you better call her. I gotta go now. Bye." And he hung up. Because that's my dad, and why I don't talk to him either. Because any conflict, he's like, not my problem. Bye. Because he just had my sister and I, and my mom. So he was the only man in the house, and he really did not want to deal with us girls. So when I talked to him, it was always just like surface level fluff, like how are you doing? What job, or what are you doing for your work? How's Safety? How's my husband? I'm like, we're fine, we're fine, blah 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 blah. And yeah, so he's like, you better call her. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna call her. So I call her, and I'm like, hi. And she's like, hi. And I'm like, so what's this about a wedding? And she's like, oh, 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 well, oh. And literally that's what the conversation sounded like on her end. And she's like, I still have invitations if you want me to send you one. And this was like a month away. The wedding was a month away. And it was, back home in Michigan. And I'm like, I can't, this is last minute. Both, my husband and I can't take time off to go fly out for a wedding. And she's like, well, you told me you never wanted to go to my wedding. And I'm like, that was like 15 when we were young. That was when I was still in high school. And I told her that because the guy she was dating cheated on her. And I'm like, you better, because they were talking about marriage or whatever after they made up and blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, he is an asshole. He will betray you again. He's a horrible person. I can't believe you let this person back in your life. I was so mad at her because I was being overly protective, but she wasn't listening to me. And she ended up breaking up with him later. But and I remember just saying, fine, I'm not going to go to your wedding, because they were planning to marry. And that's why I said that. And then so she used that against me. And this is like 10 years later, after the fact. And she's like, well, you said you weren't going to my wedding. I'm like, I said that about James, not about your whoever this guy you're marrying. I don't even know who he is. I don't even know his name. And then she said his name, and I was just like, yeah, okay, him. Yeah, fine. That's great, you know? And then she's like, I can still send you an invitation. And I'm just like, nope, don't worry about it. It's okay. And then the worst part is that my mom and her were going around at her wedding saying they did invite me because she technically did, and I didn't want to come. I'm an ungrateful sister, an ungrateful daughter that didn't want to show up to her only sister wedding, because that's what they do. They like to manipulate and they like to manipulate the situation in their favor. So they flamed me out in front of their whole wedding party and everything, in front of his parents, like her husband's parents and family, telling him that I'm just an ungrateful family member that just never wants to show support to her younger sister. So that's the kind of sister I'm working with, and why I don't want to reach out. It's because I'm going to be rejected again. I don't want to be rejected again. I'm tired of being rejected. I'm not built strong enough to handle rejection over and over and over again. I already had a whole childhood of it. I don't need any more of it. So that's my reasoning. Sorry for going on a long-winded train about that, but yes, that's summarizing why. I'm gonna squint at my chat again. Sorry. Something inside is screaming out for you to do it, or you should at least talk to him alone, preferably. Wait, talk to him? You mean talk to my sister? But yeah, I'm not gonna. Yeah, that's why I like Insta. Unlike TikTok, Instagram doesn't tell people when you view their account. I didn't know that. I don't even have TikTok. I don't look at it unless someone links something that I'm like, hey, watch this. And I'm like, okay. And then I don't have an account. I just watch it and I'm like, okay. And I just click away. I didn't know that I think Meta has a way of tracking if someone does see an account, but not if you don't have an existing account. Are you sure you won't regret not reaching out once he it's oh, my dad? No, I'm at the point where I'm just I'm pretty sure that I will be sad, but I think I'm more angry than I am sad about the inactions my dad took, you know? I've been hemming and hawing about it, and I've been talking a lot with my therapist, and I'm like, I even asked her, is it wrong of me to not regret it? Is it wrong of me to sit here and I discuss it with my husband all the time? I'm like, if he dies, I'll probably be sad, but because I do feel bad, but he would literally watch my mom and my sister beat me and just not even look at me and not even look and help and anything like that. And even if I reach out and call him, he'll just shrug and just shake his head because he's like, I'm not getting involved. He he was just that kind of father. He would witness everything happening but not do anything about it because he didn't want to get involved. That's just who he is, and it's fine. That's his choice. Why does anything else matter if he's close to death other than the love you feel? See, that's the thing. I don't I don't really love my parents. I mean, I love them, but I don't like them. There's a difference between loving and liking. I love that they are, brought me into this world, but that's it. That's all they really did. I mean, they tortured me. They literally tortured me to a point where I was bleeding and had broken my mom's broken my right hand. All the tendons. She tore all the tendons in my right hand by smacking with a hanger. Um, I couldn't move my right hand for a good 6 months. So yeah, breaking bones is one thing, but ripping the tendons because it's like the connective, the connective tissue that makes you able to move your hands. When you don't have access to those because they're all torn to shreds, it not only hurts because your nerves are exposed. It hurts to do anything, but you can't do anything, you know? They were completely chopped up. Um, why why do them not liking you matter? You love them. That's all that should matter. Yeah, but no, it's really hard to explain. I I just I can't reach out to them because I'm just gonna be roped back into their cycle of torture. Nah, I'm not gonna talk to my dad. I've talked to let's just put it this way. As one of you guys mentioned, you guys are just random people online. If my own therapist, who I've seen for 3 years, suggests that it's best to avoid my family, even through this, then I'm gonna take her advice over somebody that I'm just randomly meeting online for the first time or just a couple times. My therapist knows more, and not only has she been trained in all this trauma stuff, but she knows more about my history instead of what I just told you, which is the surface level stuff. So, yeah, there's a difference. But yeah, they like Safety said, who's my husband, um, they're gatekeeping. My dad hasn't ever reached out or talked to me or asked, "Hey, you want to talk?" He never has just called me. I always had to call him. TikTok is brain rot. uh, Sorry, I really can't read messages. If you want to use the chat bot is easier. Otherwise, I get really behind because I can't really read really well with my eyesight bad. Then be angry at your dad, but do it to his face. Uh, I've already told him how I felt. See, this is the thing, Newtonia. You don't know what has happened between us. I have already expressed exactly what I felt, and I didn't appreciate how he's been hands off all my life. I've already expressed all of that, and he just said, "Oh well, if you don't like it, you don't have to talk to me anymore." So I'm like, "Okay, fine." I don't want to do it though, Natalio. It's something that you sound like you want me to do, not that I want to do it. There's a difference. You want me to contact my dad because you think I need it, but I don't. I don't really need it. I've gotten past that. Psychoanalysis is merely just confession without healing. You need to let it out and ask why. You deserve answer. No, my dad doesn't want to talk. I've tried so many times. Holy what? Oh my God, I am genuinely so sorry you had to experience that. No, don't worry about it. I don't know what that was too, really sorry. This was not an easy decision for her to make, and I don't think people can truly fathom the amount of trauma she's dealt with. I will again note that he never reached out to her. Yeah, that is true. Hannah, would you say you appreciate them more accurate? Appreciate my parents? No, I don't appreciate them at all. Like I said, there's a difference between love and like. I don't like my parents. I don't appreciate my parents. I don't think what they did was right. They blame a child. A child. They blame a child for their suffering. They say I grew up every day almost saying my life is effed, my life is effed up because you were born. And no, it's not a child's fault that anybody's life suffers. It's their own fault. They had the full control over doing something else. My mom's even told me after I adopted my baby out, she's like, what if I had adopted you? What if I had given you away? And she actually tried to sell me, by the way. When I was 10 or 11 years old, she tried to sell me. She actually tried to sell me. She wanted money to buy a business. And there was another family friend who, had money. And she was like, I just want to borrow some money. And she's like, I'll give you my house, I'll give you everything as collateral. And he's like, there's only one thing I'm interested in, and it's not that. And she's like, what? You want my daughter? Here, you can have my daughter. And it wasn't until another family friend intervening and my dad that stopped that process from happening. So, yeah, she was gonna try to sell me. Panda, what do you? Oh, sorry, I'm like. There's in a toy also, if you have to understand, everybody has a different concept and a different definition for love. Love is not just one static thing. I love them in the sense that if it weren't for them, I wouldn't be here in this world right now, which may have been a better thing that I didn't exist. But I am here, and you only get one life. So I love that the fact that whatever happened between them, I'm here. I survived all of that, regardless of whatever it is. But I don't like what they did. I don't like the torture they put me through. I don't like that they blame me for their suffering. There's a huge difference in loving and liking. And loving is just, it's hard to explain how I feel about it, but that's how I differentiated. Liking is liking the person as they are, and I definitely don't like them. That they gave birth. Yeah, I do appreciate they gave birth to me, but not really at the same time because it's not like I really had a joyous life, you know? But that's about it. Let's see here. Yeah, I know. I just from your words thought you wanted to really to be with them. I would love more than anything to have supportive parents. Supportive, loving parents. I would love that. But they've never been that ever. Not even once. I don't like using absolutes, but I can't my memory of my childhood is even foggy because of all the beatings and the disassociation that I did. But I don't have any good memories of my childhood, and none whatsoever. I look back at pictures, nothing. I'm hardly ever smiling in any of my pictures. So there's that too. I can't imagine that. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh no, it's okay. I mean, like you appreciate they gave birth to you, and that's it. Not love them. I mean, that makes sense. Wow, I can't even read all of that block of text. Um, so my eyesight, the issue is because of all the head beatings that I got. One of my eyes is misaligned, or both of them are somewhat misaligned, but one of them is really badly misaligned to where everything it has a motion blur attached to it. So I don't see just the word, and it's not so much the blur, but it's like a motion blur. And if you have a big block of text, I can't read that. And this is why I can't read novels, even with glasses on. But right now I have no glasses whatsoever, so it just looks like this big, huge mess of a. Even when I squint, it hurts. My eyes don't work together. I've gotten brain damage because of my parents. That's why there's no love for suffering in my adult life because my parents couldn't deal with their own problems and take it out on a child, you know? My mom used to take my head and just whack it against the wall over and over and over. She used to kick me on the head. She used to step on my head. She used to, you know, take a broom a handle and then whack me on the head several times. It was always my head. So no, I really I have no love for or no likeness, I guess. I guess I in a sense that's even love too. I don't have any respect for my parents. My dad, like I said, is inactive. He didn't get involved. He didn't protect. He didn't deny. He just kind of stood on the side and watched it. He's like, hey, you deserved it. I didn't do anything. It's not my fault.
Definitely redeemed Safety Bot says.
Thanks for redeeming the Safety bot because that helps with. I can't read that long paragraph. If you want to copy paste it, Newtonia, I can't read that at all.
I see. Sorry if the appreciate thing I was rambling about is blatantly wrong. I was just kind of trying to understand, I suppose.
I see. No, you're fine. You're fine, definitely. I really can't read large paragraphs. It's not that I don't want to, it's that my eyes really won't. It can't focus. There's a diagram actually I have on my. I might better explain what my eyes do. Let me see if I can pull it up again. Okay, so no, wait. That disappeared. Sorry. This thing. So this is where our eyes work fine, right? That's what it's supposed to do. My eyes do this. My eyes do this thing. This is my eyes right here, basically, from brain damage. One eye goes off to the side. The reason why I have difficulty reading
Newtonia09 redeemed Safety Bot says.
is because my eyes go off to the side, and I cannot literally read what you wrote because it can't focus on the words. It just looks like a big white blob. So I'm just letting you know, like as a diagram, what happens to my eyes. It's not simply just like nearsightedness. I just
And
can't.
I'm the youngest of 5 brothers. I have a 9-year difference between me and my brothers. My mother and my father went abroad with my brothers, and I was given to my uncle because I was too sickly of a child to bring along. Luckily, my uncle was a kind person, and he took care of me as his son. So I cannot feel the same depth of trauma that you felt, but I am acquainted a bit to that kind of sadness. My father and my mother were happy to just let me live apart from them. I felt abandoned.
What the heck? The bot. I'm sorry. Sometimes the bot does that. Anyway, no, I wasn't laughing at what you said. Sorry. It was just the bot just.
Shishi_Sussy redeemed Hydrate.
Thank you, Shishi. It's in beta. The developers are still working on it, so that was weird. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear. I mean, that I can see where that felt, where you can feel abandoned, because especially that I mean, I don't know your situation, obviously, or even what your parents had to go through that, But I think that if you had, I mean, I don't know what kind of relationship you have with them now, or if they even want to talk to you, but
Netoyo redeemed Safety Bot says.
sorry, I was drinking water. But I think that if you grew up happy and your uncle was
You're a
that,
really good girl. I'm really sorry to hear such horrible things happen to you.
oh, well, thank you. I guess if you call me a girl, I'm almost 45 years old. But yeah, I mean, yeah, girl works, I guess. Technically, I guess I'm still a girl. Safty's always joking. We're always joking that we're forever 17. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, sometimes things happen. I understand that. But honestly, I think when my mom told me, "What if I had given you away?" I actually
Shishi_Sussy redeemed Safety Bot says.
I actually looked her in the face. This was after I gave birth, and I said I would have been better off. And she just
Saftikuma redeemed Safety Bot says.
Safety, you're married to a 17-year-old monkus.
Uh-oh. No, he's also 17, so we're both forever 17.
Andy Dry has been 17 for as long as I've known her. I don't know what you're talking about.
Saftikuma redeemed Safety Bot says.
You guys. It's an ongoing joke about
Netoyo redeemed Safety Bot says.
I hope the bot reads that block of text because sometimes it skips. So I apologize if it did. Again, sometimes it gets overloaded or something. I don't know. It's, like I said, it's in beta, so see if it's in a queue. Eh. Oh, thank you for the follow. I'm trying to read your name. Sorry. Real fan sock 4. Did I get that right? Thank you for the follow. I guess the bot doesn't want to. Sometimes it just malfunctions. I guess. I'll try to resend it. So there's like a reloading thing on here that I can try to re-hit, but it doesn't always like to do it. Sorry. But thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Bamboo Forest. We were just talking about past traumas and stuff. And also we were watching a video of Healthy Gamer, Dr. K, because he's amazing. I can do it, don't worry. And I apologize again. I wish my eyes worked better.
Newtonia
Oh,
09 redeemed Safety bot says.
hopefully it reads it this time. Let me. Sometimes it takes one other, like a new person to be like,
Pandagiri redeemed Safety bot
and then it'll
says.
go back and say it. Sometimes we've noticed it does that, so I'm gonna try that. Come on, bot. Come on, Hank.
Kissing. I got into a lot of trouble because
go.
of that feeling. Got into a lot of
It's like it
fights
got a
with
kick
people
started.
in my uncle, but what was nice is that my uncle told me to reach out to family when I grow up and to not stop thinking about doing that. He told me that it will help me get closer at the very least. It helped me get answers at least. Obviously, this might not work for you, but just think about it, okay?
I think it's different again because my what I mean by that is that I was always with my family until I was 23. I mean, give or take obviously when I went away for college for a little bit and then I ended up getting raped and came home and all the other stuff. I'm not talking about that. But I was with them for until I got married at 23. So, there's a difference between not having any contact with your family, being far away and being raised by someone else, and then being raised by the family that abuses you. So there's, again, we can't compare. And I think, like I said, my therapist I've seen for like 3 years has advised me against contacting them, knowing what she knows about my whole entire history, which again, I've just barely skimmed just the surface level stuff. Even though I've told you a lot, that's just that's just like the icing on the cake of what I had to do and what I had to go through. But again, I'm not judging, I hope that it works out for you. I hope it did work out for you if you already did contact them. I'm not saying you were wrong or I'm wrong. It just everybody has different tolerances and different needs in life. Um, I've come to accept that I'm never going to have a loving parent. So, if my dad dying, if he's dying and he doesn't regret anything or he doesn't have any need for me in his life, then I mean, I see pictures, like I said, on my sister's Instagram, and they are hanging out. They recently took pictures together.
Netoyo redeemed Safety bot says.
He's not bedridden. He is moving about. I don't know. I mean, he wasn't in a wheelchair. He was standing there next to my sister. I don't know the backstory. Maybe he just stood for the picture because maybe he has an ego that he doesn't want to be seen in a wheelchair. I don't know. Maybe he
Dirk is
can't.
amazing. I love him so much. I was recently abandoned by a lot of friends I loved because of a romantic drama. Not a day goes by I wish I could reach to them and talk things out, but they all blocked me and want me away. I don't know how to deal with loneliness and feels horrible knowing I have been already forgotten and or replaced. Making the friends had been going up. But none can take their place.
No, I feel that too. I mean, it's really sad that they're not gonna, they're not willing to give you another chance. Again, I don't know the full story about what you had to go through. I've had a lot of loss. I had a recent loss with some friends too, and it's mostly because they feel that they did nothing wrong. But it takes two people to make a relationship work. And if the other side doesn't want anything to do with it, then there's nothing to work on, There's no, well, for my story, that person said that they're always nice to me. They've been always nice to me after, I called them out on something. And which is not true. I was just allowing them to get away with a lot of stuff. And I just kind of, where you kind of laugh it off. You're just like, and even though deep down you're like, I didn't like that. That wasn't really nice, or whatever. Like you just have your inner dialogue with yourself, going, I didn't appreciate that. I don't have the guts to say anything about it. I'm not gonna tell them how I really feel. I'm just gonna laugh it off and be like, yeah, because everybody else is laughing. Even though you were the butt of the joke or you were the whatever. It could be. It was many different instances where I'm just like, yeah, okay. You know, like you just kind of shrug it off. And then finally, one thing happened and I snapped. I was just like, I'm done. And their comeback was not like an apology saying they are sorry that they hurt me and whatever, you know what I mean? They just said, but I'm always nice to you. And I'm just like, whoa, okay. And then that right there sealed the deal. I was just like, okay, there's no backtracking from that point. So I'm just saying, I'm sad that, you know, with your situation, they're not giving, I don't know the whole full story, obviously. But if, you know, that was just a one-time occurrence or something, or if there's, you know, the one problem with relationships, and I'm at fault with this, with especially with my last friendship, is there's a lack of communication. I didn't tell how something hurt me. I just kind of let it go, and I kind of just batted it aside and just like whatever. They're my friend. I'll let them get away with that, you know, just for now, right? But yeah, any relationship really, a love relationship, a friendship, anything. The one biggest thing that I think lacks severely is communication, and especially communication and compromise. And most of the time we don't communicate our feelings because we think we just want to be accepted by the crowd or the friend or whatever. So we want to let them stomp all over us and not care about our own boundaries. You know what I mean? Boundaries are such a pain in the ass to deal with, but you need them because if you don't have the boundaries, then you're going to constantly be trampled on. So it's just like it almost feels like a lose-lose situation sometimes. And I just don't know. Let me see. Dr. K has been the one saving me so much on this, what has been my lowest day in my life. Oh, I've always been the punching bag of my groups. I got used to it, and I've been working on telling people to stop. Yeah, see, so you, sorry, I read that after I said all of that, but yes, so you know what that's like. And yes, Dr. K has been great. I don't catch every stream because I'm not able to, but when I do, oh my gosh. I'm sorry I've been having him on this pause screen for a
Too much
while,
talk
but
into that. But Janae also sort of figured out that like there's some problem with emotional
he's been
suppression
a
and the
great
increase in our somatic complaints.
addition on
And what we basically
mental
discovered
health,
is that
I think.
alexithymia,
I like how he can
which is
talk
the
to us
inability to determine your
on the same
internal
level
emotional
as
state,
Sade underscore the underscore Laren
correlates with
redeemed boo.
somatic problems in life.
Oh, hey, Sadet.
And let's understand how
are
that
you?
works.
Oh, pause again. Sorry. How are you? Thank you for stopping by. I can't see anything, so I apologize. My model wigs out because I have to look really closely and squint really hard. I've always, oh, sorry, I read that part. He has a YouTube channel where stuff is cut down to, oh, okay, okay. I haven't actually checked out his YouTube. That's cool. But yeah, this was just a VOD from yesterday, which I found in general very interesting. Because he talks about so many different things. I mean, I only struggle with IBS out of the ones that he was discussing, but I also like how he draws stuff out. I'm good. Just wanted to stop by and say hi and hope that things goes well for you. And what about you?
So here's what happens.
I'm
Anytime
okay.
we have a stress,
as okay as I'll ever be. But yes, I like
the
how he
stress
does
first
this stuff.
hits our mind.
This
and
I
then
love
our mind
visuals.
activates in particular ways. So we will release cortisol. We will activate our immune system. We will activate our nervous system.
Although I can't really, I'm just listening to him right now,
like
but I like
adrenaline,
when he breaks it down because it just becomes more digestible.
And then these all will cascade into the body. And we will experience symptoms.
Remember you.
So here's what.
Oh, well, thank you, Sadet.
The
you
early,
too.
like, kind of psychoanalysts, and later on we sort of discovered this. If you
my
numb
glasses broke about a month and a half ago.
So let's say I put this into a black box where I have no awareness, no emotional awareness of what's going on.
But the lab
this basically goes straight into cortisol, whatever, and
so
it kind of gets, it like passes straight through, right? So we're not aware. So the first thing to understand about psychosomatic illness is, in my experience, people with somatic illness do not have a weak mind. They actually have a very strong mind, even to the point that their mind is able to persevere and continue pushing you to the point where your body starts to break down. So if we think about, how does illness emerge in the
That's
body?
so
It's
true.
basically the weakest link. And when someone's mind is stronger than their body, you can force your body to keep moving forward, even though it is sending you signals. Hey, we're hurting. Hey, this is a problem. Hey, we're getting screwed. And your mind is like so strong that you power through. And when you power through, you actually result in some part of your body starting to get screwed up.
You know what he said is so true. I'm like, okay, I don't know so much if my mind is stronger than my physical. I mean, okay, maybe it does because I have a lot of congenital issues with my body. But what he's saying has some truth in it because I didn't start to notice symptoms or things wrong. I mean, I've always had this is maybe TMI, extremely heavy periods to the point where I was like bleeding for over 2 weeks, and it eventually went into like 3 to 3.5 weeks. So I only had like less than a week of reprieve before it starts right back up again. And I'm not talking about just like a little trickle. I would within 1 hour, I would fill up the biggest tampon and the pad. It would just overflow. Like seriously, I became anemic, because my periods were so heavy, um, and it was just like I was just peeing blood. It was basically it felt like that, but it wasn't peeing, obviously. It was just constant flow of blood, and I don't know where it all comes from or why it's doing that. But anyway, I didn't start showing symptoms until my 30s. I mean, I always did have a little bit, but nothing, everything started to fall apart, literally just break apart. Where my periods became extended to over 3 weeks. I had okay, so I held all, how they people say they hold their stress in their neck and their shoulders kind of thing. I literally kind of did that. I mean, to a point where my neck bone straightened out. You know how you have to have a natural curve in your neck? Um, you have a natural S curve in your neck. My curve was completely gone. It was bending the opposite direction, if anything. So I was getting daily migraines. I was literally taking migraine Excedrin like candy. I was popping those every 4 hours for several years. And until one day someone's just like, "Have you tried seeing a chiropractor for your migraines?" Because I would be at work and I'm like, "I have to go take, I forgot to retake my migraine medicine. Can I set my head down a little bit to wait for this migraine to pass?" Because I could not function without taking Excedrin. Um, I was still going to work. I was just taking it like candy. I was literally popping that, and then I think it destroyed my liver in the process. Um, but I didn't know the consequences. I just thought, oh, this is a miracle drug. I can actually function now because I could not work. I always had migraines. And they just kept getting worse and worse and worse through my 20s into my 30s to a point where I had to quit working and I didn't go work. I haven't worked since for 10 years now because I'm still recovering from everything. Like my body literally just fell apart. I couldn't even walk for a while there because it was that bad. Everything was so bad. I couldn't even move. I was bedridden. I couldn't shower. I couldn't do anything. And Safety still took care of me. Isn't that sweet? um, I mean, I would eventually have to go to the bathroom, so he would pick me up and carry me to the bathroom. So, um, it was things like that that I had to put up with, and I didn't start dealing with that until my mid 30s. That's when everything started just to literally just burst open. And then after I had my hysterectomy, and then I started my therapy, I started seeing a therapist that was trauma informed, and that's when I started getting better. And then it wasn't until this year that I actually started to feel like I was a person, if that makes any sense. Um, Previously, it just felt like I was just going through the motions in life and just pushing my way through and just like blah, going, like blah 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 blah. But now I actually feel like I'm cognitively present in my body. Like I feel like I'm actually here talking to you guys and actually feeling this. And it's hard to explain when you've been so disconnected from your body for so long and you finally wake up and you're just like, wow, this is all true. This has all happened. And this is who I am right now. And this is how I want to be. this is my goals, you know. I never really had goals in life. I just kind of went through went through life, like floated in it, you know. I don't know. I need to see the messages. Sorry. I think my body's stronger than my mind. My mind has to break down for me to get sick. Yeah, yeah. Oh, so you have the opposite. Sorry, you have the body stronger than your mind. Yeah, well, I mean, just like what he was saying, I felt like I related more with what Dr. K said because my body is very weak. It's always been weak, but my mind has always pushed through. Even if I was disassociated, I disconnected from my thoughts or my what I thought was right anyway. Thank you, Safety. Yeah, no, you're right, Callow. Thank you for saying that. Safty's been great. I wouldn't be here without him. Let's put it that way. Um, there's just a lot of things you can tell when someone truly loves you, when they've seen you at your literal worst, and they're still with you. You know. um, he puts up with a lot. He and this is just bias. I mean, I think I'm a handful, so and even to the point where I remember when we got married, my dad's like, "Hey, hey, she's your problem now." He literally said that to Safety, and he meant it. He meant it. He wasn't joking. In a way, if you didn't have to deal with all of this, maybe you would have never met Safety. Yeah, that's true. I'm not regretting anything. I don't. I wouldn't. I'm not one of those people that wishes I can go back in time and undo stuff because then you'd be a different person. I wouldn't be here. Um, I wouldn't be here right now with you guys. Let's put it that way. I don't know what I would be doing. He sounds like a big blessing. Yeah, he's definitely been a big blessing. That's him. He's technically he's working from home. He's like right in the same room as me, so he knows exactly what I'm saying and he can hear me. But yeah, yeah. Anyway, sorry.
Because your mind is like a taskmaster and it whips forward. Whip, 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 whip.
Mm-hmm.
So I became somewhat of an expert in psychosomatic illness. And how did I become an expert in psychosomatic illness? Well, when I was in my 4th year of training at Mass General Hospital and Harvard Medical School, I started a consult service. That was a complementary and alternative medicine evidence-based consult service. So I started getting patients originally from psychiatrists. But then what happened is primary care physicians or GPs started sending me patients. And they're like, hey, this person has IBS or this other crap that I can't give them a medication and make it go away. So let me send them to you. And then I started doing really well with those patients. I got more and more referrals for like IBS and pollen.
Now if only we weren't all dealing with the bullshit of a late capitalist hellscape.
I know. Talk about having our own traumas to deal with. We have stuff we have no control, absolutely no control over that's like affecting us by oh, what's the word? I don't even know what the word I'm thinking for. But yes, our society is attacking us from, insane rents, from inflation, inflated cost of food. I mean, stuff that used to cost us like under $200, like a week's worth of groceries, now costs like $300. It's like, when will this end? I mean, it's getting ridiculous. And at the same time, even though those are all going up, our wages are stagnant. Yeah. Anyway, Safety that's a whole another can of worms.
Myalgia and all this kind of crap. And then as I started working with these people, I started figuring out. So the first thing that I realized is I know what mental illness is.
Yeah, I got lucky.
I'm a freaking psychiatrist. And since I know what mental illness is, the first thing that I realized working with IBS patients is these people
okay,
are
yeah,
not mentally ill.
please go eat.
I know what that looks like.
Take care of yourself.
Right? That even if I treat their anxiety, that I can treat their anxiety and I know I'm doing a good job because there's tons of evidence for it, and their symptoms are still continuing. Ergo, this is not something in their mind. And what I actually discovered is that these people are actually very mentally strong. They're not mentally weak. In fact, they are too mentally strong. So what they end up doing is powering through, overcoming some physical signals, and are not as emotionally aware as they need to be. Okay? So now let's understand something else. So this is normally how stress happens, right? It goes through our mind, and then it gets passed through our body. And we also know that these people are alexithymic. Psychosomatic illness has an association with trauma. Okay? Some studies show up to 44% of people have been physically or sexually abused. So what's happening in the mind with trauma? These both of these things are going to be similar to dissociation. Okay? So when we don't have awareness in our mind, either from our emotions and being alexithymic or trauma and dissociation, which this means is that the stress just passes through. Now let's look at what happens in a normal situation.
Luckus Power Redeemed Safety Bot says,
Hey, Luck. Welcome back. How's the exams going?
Okay. Now our mind is a really good filtering mechanism.
Quack, quack, God is here to bless you with a mighty. Quack. And gives you head bats so you feel better. Quack.
Darn it, it didn't say the hello, did it? I didn't hear that one. I just heard the quack. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Thank you, Luck. Oh, welcome back though. I hope your I think it was exams anyway. I hope all of your exam hell is over with or coming to a near end. And it's good to see you again. We've missed you. We're just watching Dr. K. He's part of the Healthy Gamer GG channel. I think he's the only one on the channel. I'm not sure if other people stream on it, but I know that he has other coaches under him. But yeah, he's a life coach and also a therapist on Twitch. I highly recommend following because he shares the most interesting things. So this is a VOD from yesterday. I was watching before my stream, but I obviously didn't finish because I had to start streaming. So yeah, it's good to see you
If I
again.
get some kind of stress, someone says, hey, I'm sorry, I can't pick you up from the airport. I got a flat tire. Now, normally, what the mind can do anytime there's a stress is we can modulate that stress. We can use coping mechanisms. We can think things through. We can take a deep breath and we can say, okay, hold on a second. Am I actually as screwed as I think I am? Let me utilize my mind to modulate our stress. And so even if there is a big stress signal coming in, big ass stress signal, I can use my mind to tone it down, and then the stress experienced by my body is smaller. Does this make sense? Mm-hmm. Y'all get this? So this is normally what happens when you get stressed out, right? If you're in a healthy state of mind, you can modulate the stress that goes into your body. The problem with psychosomatic illness is that this step is taken out. Now, does this mean that the mind controls the illness? No. There's actually all kinds of stuff going on here that is completely legit and real. It is not in your mind. But the problem in psychosomatic illness is that we bypass the mind in some way. There's a part of our mind that keeps on whipping us forward and actually increases the stress on the body. But there's real stress in the body as well. We'll kind of get to that, okay? So the first thing that we've got to do, and we'll get to this later, is we have to sort of fix our mind's ability to modulate the outside stress, which is real, and the physiologic response, which is real. The second thing that we kind of know from people with psychosomatic illness is that they are very externalizing. Now, what does this mean? So if you're struggling with psychosomatic illness and there is a problem, where do problems get fixed? Do they get fixed within you or do they get fixed outside of you? Now, if I ask this question, this is going to be a stupid question for most of y'all, or half of y'all. Half of y'all are going to say, well, obviously if there's a problem on the outside, the solution is on the outside. This means that you are externalizing. I know it sounds kind of crazy, and what I'm about to say to you is not going to make any sense, because the entirety of your experience has taught you that this is not true, which is external problems do not have internal solutions. That needs to change. I know it's crazy, but you're saying, but Dr. K, aren't you saying that there is some real physiology at play? I'm saying, yes, there is real physiology at play, and that solution actually exists within you. I know it sounds weird, but this is what we know. When people grow up in a social situation, sometimes they grow up in a social situation where parents teach them that problems require external solutions. Okay, this is just how you were raised. So when mom and dad had a problem, Did they fix it by like doing something external? So there's a good evidence, for example, that shows that when a child has a GI complaint, and some parents take them to the doctor, let's say 10% of the time. Some parents take them to the doctor 50% of the time. And some parents take them to the doctor 90% of the time.
GI means gastrointestinal.
This is the category that ends up with
know.
children with psychosomatic illness.
Your tummy aches,
Now,
basically.
what does this mean? Does this mean that it's in your head? No. This means that your parents taught you that when you feel bad on the inside, the solution is to go fix something on the outside. GI is gastrointestinal. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
So like when a kid says like my tummy hurts. Right? And so like if you think about what a lot of parents will do, a lot of parents will say, well, you know, I know it's the first day of school. I know your tummy hurts. Maybe there's a psychological component to it. There's a physiological component to it as well, by the way. But the way that they manage that is they kind of like emotionally support you. So another thing that we tend to find from a social standpoint is that people who are socially supported have improvements in psychosomatic illness.
You can tell he's a doctor by his handwriting. Sorry.
Okay. Now, people will also reverse engineer to this. They say, well, if you're socially supported, doesn't that mean that it's all in your head? Once again, no. You can have patients with metastatic cancer whose survival rate, I'm sure some study out there will show, I haven't looked at this, like stage 4 cancer and social support. But social support helps people recover from strokes. It helps people recover from myocardial infarctions. It helps people survive cancer. So once again, just because social support is important doesn't mean that it is all in your head. But what we know from people with psychosomatic illness
Dr. Scribbles.
is that when they grow up, they're taught that if I have an internal problem, it requires an external solution. Okay? They also have parents who will be like, you know, if you get frustrated, like if you try to share your emotions with your parents, what do your parents do? Your parents will tell you to do something about it, right? The kids are bullying me at school. Go sign up for martial arts class and kick their ass the next time they bully you. That an internal problem requires an externalizing solution. So what does this mean? But the parent doesn't say, you know, sit down and say, hey, like, I'm sorry they're bullying you. I love you. You're a great person. You'll be okay. Do you want to sign up for martial arts class? Would that help you feel more confident? Do y'all understand how those are two very different things? Like, in one case, parents will literally tell you that any problem that you have, if you feel a certain way, you need to change something outside of you. And if you change something outside of you, that will change the way that you feel. Okay? So this is what happens with kids who grow up. They have parents like this that are very externalizing, okay? So this is a core part of psychosomatic illness. So main thing to keep in mind is that our mind has the ability to modulate stress on our body. And that people who grow up with psychosomatic illness are raised in a particular environment where this step is actually removed for them in some kind of way. And this is not just removed from them. This is not just removed from them from just an emotional support standpoint. There are also issues of trauma and dissociation where you are like kind of not, you're literally dissociating. You're fracturing your consciousness into two parts and you're burying one. And the result is that the stress bypasses your mind and goes straight into the body.
Yeah.
Okay? Questions about this?
He just has a great way of explaining stuff. It's amazing.
All right. So next thing, we're going to dive. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go into a couple of examples. And as we go through these examples, we're going to illustrate advanced concepts in psychosomatic illness. Okay? So let's talk about
That's where I left off
IBS.
before I had to
so
start
IBS is irritable bowel syndrome. In irritable bowel syndrome...
For my stream yesterday, so I didn't see any of this part here. I saw all the ones right before this.
Okay. So we're going to talk about IBS, all right? So in IBS,
What
which
caught my
is known as
attention about
irritable
this
bowel syndrome,
video is the IBS
what this
part.
means is that your bowels are irritable. It's characterized by alternating diarrhea, constipation, nausea, bloating,
Yes.
not too much vomiting usually. Usually it's just like nausea and bloating. But it's really confusing because when we think about it from like a Western medicine standpoint, we know that there's some things that are constipating and some things that cause diarrhea, right? They're absolutely like an infection can cause diarrhea. And if you are hopped up on opiates, you'll get constipated. We'll also know that diet, for example, can cause constipation.
Like I struggle.
But the thing about
with IBS
is that like
it's either constipation
their GI
or diarrhea.
system is just kind of screwed. Like sometimes they're constipated,
for 4
sometimes they have
days,
diarrhea. They're kind of bloated all the time, and there's not like
bloated.
a medication that we can give that will like fix that. Right? We have medications for diarrhea. You can give like loperamide.
But what he says is true.
And we have medications for constipation, right? So you can give people things that are like will have them poop. And you can even do things like enemas and whatever. You can increase their fiber, increase their fluid intake. But we don't know, like when the bowel is doing both, like we're not sure what medication to get.
See, that's the thing where he's saying here, like all my previous naturopaths are like, you just need more fiber. You need to eat more vegetables. You need to, you need to do all this stuff. And here, take this extra, fiber. Take X-Lax. Take I'm like, but I'm not always constipated. They're like, well, there's only so much that your body can be constipated for, and then you have the diarrhea, and then you just rinse and repeat. And then they're trying to make sense out of the reason why I keep going back and forth, back and forth. And I'm like, so what is IBS? And they're like, we don't know. Nobody really knows. We just categorize everything as IBS. And then they give me a list of foods to avoid. I still can't eat. Okay, so I was really picky as a kid. I could not eat. I did not want to eat anything with onions and garlic in it for some reason. I have no idea. But I never liked any of that stuff. But starting after I left home and I married Safty, I started venturing and trying food because I know this sounds weird. Maybe it's just the fact because I love him. He makes food look so tasty. Whereas my family they would literally tie me in a chair and force food down my throat because I just did not want to eat as a kid. I literally was skin and bones until like puberty. I just never wanted to eat. I found no pleasure in eating, and I would always feel sick. I would always have stomach aches, and every time I eat, and I had no explanation why. So this is like in my 20s now. I started eating stuff with garlic and onions and stir frying into my food and enjoying it. Like I was enjoying more variety of food suddenly. And then suddenly when I hit about, I think I was like 33, my body just went pfft, and it just nothing. I just kept getting super bloated. It would hurt. I would eat an apple, for instance. I took a couple bites of an apple and I had this huge like bloating gas problem in my gut. It hurt so much. I don't know, it felt like someone was blowing up a helium balloon in my stomach. And I just laid there dying in bed. Like I wasn't sure why. There was nothing to relieve the pain. I didn't know what it was. Um, I remember it hitting me, and I told that to the doctor. I'm like, it was an apple, and then I also eat foods with garlic and onions, and I can't have those because I have the same pain. And then they're like, oh, you have IBS, and I'm like, okay. They're like, here, and they just like have a printout of all the foods that you need to avoid, and it's a lot of food. It's a lot of. You look up IBS food avoidance or something that it's a lot of different foods, and it's just like I ate like I didn't even eat most of them. I ate like less than half of the foods on the list. And they're like, "Yeah, you just need to avoid them." And I'm like, "Okay." But you know how much food has garlic and onions in it? It's a it yeah, because there was a time and period where Safety and I were heavily playing World of Warcraft, and it was our life. Like both went to work, and the moment he got home, which was like an hour earlier than me, he would log us both in, and we would get ready to raid. And then we would raid for 8 hours, and then we'd log off, go to bed, and I wouldn't really sleep, but we would just go to bed, and then we have to get up the next morning, go to work, and rinse and repeat. It was like that for 6 of the 7 days of the week. Minus one of the days we didn't work. We didn't work on weekends. But anyway, during that time, the only things we could eat was like microwavable foods, and every microwavable food, at least in the US, has garlic and onions in it to give it flavor, because we were too rushed. We had this raid schedule with our raid, we were big time raiders back then, and I mean, I'm talking about tackling all the end game content and stuff like that, and you really don't have time to cook healthy food. You just heat a hot pocket in the microwave or throw in a microwave dinner and eat that while you're raiding, in between um in between the fights, you just shove some food down your throat, and that's really all we'd had to do. But everything has garlic and onions, and everything was making me upset. And so I went back to just eating plain rice. That's what I ate as a kid, just plain rice. And that's not a way to live. Plain rice is not healthy. But everything was making me sick. I was either nauseous, constipated, um, diarrhea, I was bloated. I never threw up. Being nauseous and throwing up are two different things. Like it would just sit there and give me heartburn and just it hurt. And it just turned me off of every kind of food, even eating. And it felt like I was back to being a kid again without really remembering what it was like when I was a kid. But I just remember being sick a lot as a kid. And that nauseous feeling was kind of there and back. And I'm just like, why? Why is this? And they're like, oh, you have IBS. It's just like, okay.
Okay. So what
Good
happens in
times?
IBS,
Yeah,
so this
good
is what
times.
IBS is, okay? So it's like just all these weird GI problems that don't have a particular smoking gun.
Yeah, exactly.
So what do we know about IBS? So first thing that we know is that 15 to 30% of people with IBS have a history of abuse. One study showed that 44% of people have been sexually or physically abused who have IBS. Now let's understand, what is that? Does that mean it's psychological? No, not at all. So what we also know is that people with IBS have a hypersensitivity or an increased amount of adrenaline or noradrenaline. So even if you look at their genetics, these are people that have a hypersensitivity or have too much adrenaline basically in their body. Okay? So what does this mean? How does this fit together? So if you get traumatized early in life, your body rewires. And how does it rewire? So if you get traumatized early in life, when you get traumatized, your body experiences a lot of danger, right? So since it experiences a lot of danger, the danger machinery in your body gets leveled up, right? So if I go and I lift weights, I'm going to grow my muscles. If I go and if I have to memorize a bunch of stuff for medical school, then my memory capacity will increase. If I get fucking abused, then my sympathetic nervous system, my fight or flight system, my adrenaline system will actually level up, and we will get more sensitive to adrenaline. So there are studies that show that people with IBS have a hyperactive adrenaline and stress system. Mm-hmm. And so what that means is that things that would normally...
I'm pausing real quick. Oh, that's a really funny face I paused. You look goofy. Sorry you bothered me. But I am now taking cortisol lowering supplements. It's all natural apparently. But I've been taking them since February. No, yeah, since February I've been taking them. And I've been able to sleep finally. So what he says, actually, I did catch this part, right? I lied when I said that was the end where I saw. I did see this part, actually. I was getting ready for my stream and I was running around, but I did catch this part, but I was in the kitchen and yesterday. And I remember him explaining this, and this is exactly what my naturopath told me about, and my therapist as well, and also my chiropractor. It's just like my fight or flight, we're all born with, the parasympathetic and sympathetic systems. Parasympathetic is your rest and rest and digestion. I'm sorry. Your parasympathetic is your rest and digestion part. That's where you're able to rest, sleep, relax, take naps, and also to digest your food. It's where you can actually process stuff. It's where your memory builds. It's how you are able to dream and let your bodies just I don't know, process stuff. Yeah. So that's your parasympathetic. Your sympathetic system is your fight or flight. It's what keeps you, like, say if you're about to get attacked by a saber-toothed tiger, and I'm putting in the example that my doctor used, and saber-toothed tigers don't exist anymore. But yes, if you're about to be attacked by it, your body will go into an automatic sympathetic state where it will decide whether you should flee, you should run. If you can run, it will try to run, or you should fight. If you should fight back, if you can win, which probably won't win, but you'll probably shred it to death. But yes, you'll either fight or flight. But there's also another one. There's freeze, and that's what you see animals in the animal kingdom, like prey animals, especially, like deer and stuff, where they look like lifeless bodies, and when they get caught by their predator, because they know they're gonna die, but they don't want to feel the pain. So their minds focus all the energy from moving to shutting down their nervous system to where you don't feel anything. So as sad as this sounds, most prey animals don't actually feel the pain of them being torn to shreds because their sympathetic system shuts down all their nerves and then focuses on they take all the energy in their body and pull it away from their nerves just to sustain and just basically be like, yep, we're gone, that's it. So most of the time they don't suffer as they're dying, unfortunately. Most of the time, I'm saying most, not all the time. If their systems are working properly. So we have the same systems in our body. We can freeze. And
Shishi_sussy redeemed hydrate.
Thank you, Cece. So the freeze state is what I was actually apparently living through for most of my life.
Shishi_sussy redeemed wellness check.
I'm not gonna do a backflip. What? I'll just stretch. I'll take your backflip as a stretch. So I will stretch. How's that? But yes, I was in a freeze state. And most people do live their lives in a freeze state where they just don't realize they're actually living. They just kind of go through the motions, So anyway.
Not stress people out. Since you have a hyperactive stress system,
Lucas Power redeemed
normal
wellness
things
check.
will create a disproportionate physiologic response.
I'm not gonna do a flip either.
So we get adrenaline secreted way
Stretch
more
my
often.
Bones? I'm not.
We get it secreted way earlier. And why is that? It's because we've been hypersensitized.
I'm standing.
Right? Because we grew up in traumatic environments and we're like, for danger, our ability to detect danger increases. Mm-hmm. Our response to danger
Shishi_sussy redeemed safety bot says.
But at this point, we've jumped beyond the mind. This has nothing to do with your mind.
I see.
This has to do with the wiring of your nervous system has altered.
Thank you for being here.
And by the way, which psychiatric illness is associated with hyperactivation of our danger circuitry? Can anyone guess? Anxiety. And guess which mental illness is most common in people with IBS? It is anxiety. So these are cases where if we look at what happens in anxiety, you have a hypersensitivity to your stress system. Okay? Now, another thing that we know in people with IBS is that they also have this emotional numbing going on. So how do we put these two pieces together? If my body has been wired to be very sensitive to stress and release way too much adrenaline, and by the way, really what it is reductions in reuptake of adrenaline. So that's not way too much. What that means is that the adrenaline signal lasts way longer in IBS than it does in a healthy person. And this is why they have these like weird kind of symptoms. Okay? So it's not that they like go into panic attacks. It's that their body is in a high stress state for a very long period of time, which can even do things like result in diarrhea. Okay? So you have a hyperactivation of your nervous system. So let's go back to this. So now let's like run through that in a little bit more detail, okay? So what do we know about people with IBS? They have a hyperactivation
Oh, this is actually pretty
of
long.
sympathetic nervous system. So this is adrenaline and noradrenaline. And specifically what this is a reduction in reuptake of noradrenaline. And what does that mean? Okay, so I know I'm throwing a lot of technical stuff, but I hate to say this, like y'all got to learn this. Right? So like stick with us for a while. We're going to reinforce these concepts a couple of times, but it's very important to understand. So this isn't
like,
too much adrenaline.
You have to all know this
What
stuff.
this means is that when we release
Stop being a
adrenaline,
bunch of noobs or something.
reuptake is slowed down.
Cubicabi
so this
redeemed
is our
boob.
stress experience for someone who has IBS. This
Hey,
is how
Kubi, welcome back. Sorry, we're watching Dr. K.
Cubicabi redeemed head pat.
Oh, thank you
Panda.
for the head pat. I can't see anything without my glasses, so I'm just squinting. Didn't know pandas had Spider-Man's vertical climbing ability. I was just standing in my desk and stretching and just waving back and like, you know, where you just kind of tilt your body back and forth, like, you know. I was just standing, so that's why I'm not a Spider-Man. What?
how we're physiologically wired.
He's talking
Okay.
about
So then the other thing that
psychosomatic
happens is
illnesses. It's
if
really
we
cool.
have large amounts of adrenaline in our body for prolonged periods of time, what do you think that does to our mind? It makes us more anxious.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other thing that it does is it causes us to catastrophize. So this is something that's very important to understand about all psychosomatic illnesses. So when we feel something in our body, and when we learn to externalize, what this ends up as, and if you've got somatic illness, you understand this, you will catastrophize the impact of this. So what that means is I'm starting to feel rumbling in my stomach. This means I need to leave the party because I'm about to get fucked. The rumbling in the stomach means I'm GG'd out. And why do they do this? What's going on here? There's all kinds of really interesting things.
Wow.
So when we
Okay.
have adrenaline in the brain, one function of adrenaline in the brain is that it makes hypothetical problems feel more real. Okay, now let's understand this for a second. If I'm walking in my house and I see, I don't know, a fucking garden hose in my laundry room and I don't see it very clearly and adrenaline is pumping, I'm going to see a garden hose and I'm going to think it is a snake. That possibility of danger feels more real. And I jump and I scream. And I go jump into my wife's arms and she holds me and pats me and comforts me. Right?
That's
so what
cute.
adrenaline literally does in the brain is it makes possible things feel more real. Okay? So now let's if we have adrenaline in the brain, which by the way, we know that genetically people with IBS have more adrenaline floating around all over the place. We'll get to why their adrenaline is even higher for other reasons in a minute. And then that adrenaline goes to our body. What does that mean? That causes us to catastrophize. Okay? As we catastrophize, and there's also some good data for this, right? So internally, like I had a patient once that had IBS that literally like shat themselves on their honeymoon.
Oops.
And like that's not a psychological cry for attention or any of that other crap. Doesn't mean that they're mentally weak or whatever. They're like, yay, I'm getting married. This is going to be great. And I shat myself. And now this is embarrassing. And I'm married to this person and like what they like help their spouse help clean themselves up. Like you cannot tell me that this is some fucking psychological cry for help or attention or whatever. Right. So I worked with this person. I'm like, that's not what's going on. It's just not what's going on. Okay. Mm-hmm. So what happens with people with IBS is that they have genuine bad outcomes plus this adrenaline thing, which causes them to catastrophize. As they catastrophize, they start doing something called behavioral amplification, which is the second I feel something in my body, I'm going to alter my behavior. So the second I feel a rumbling, I'm going to leave dinner. The second I feel a rumbling, I'm going to walk out of the movie theater because bad things can happen. Okay?
Yep.
So this is a psychological consequence. This, in turn, leads to social isolation, and then it all kind of fits back together and it becomes a clusterfuck. So there's also a couple of other things that we know in IBS. So this is hyperactivation. This is number one. Y'all with me? Or is that like too all over the place? Give up time. Well said. Second thing that happens in IBS is that we have changes to our immune system. Okay? So we get an increase in enterochromaffin activity. We also see increased mast cell activity. So what this basically means is like our allergy response, like the part of our immune system that governs allergies is basically hyperactive. So we basically have like our gut has an allergic response. And that's why we get like diarrhea and bloating and all this like non-specific stuff. It's not that we have an infection that can be localized to one area. It's not like there's one part of our, gut that's messed up. We don't have like a loose gastroesophageal sphincter,
Hey, Dee, welcome
which
back.
causes reflux. There's not one problem.
Thank you for being here again.
Our whole gut is like hypersensitive.
We're just watching Dr. K.
due to
This
a
is a
couple of these
VOD from
changes,
yesterday.
which means that like it's
I
easy to
was
trigger it
watching
into
most
like
of it
going
until
down
I
a
had to start my
cascade of crap.
stream, and I wanted
Okay?
to continue watching it today instead of play games because
Third thing
it's really interesting.
is that there is a brain-gut connection.
Yeah, he's talking about IBS right now.
There's like way more than 3.
Yeah,
There's like
mental health.
15,
Yes.
but we're going to explain a couple of the others later, okay?
It's really interesting because, I mean, I knew some
So
of
what
this
we
from my
know
doctor, but not
is
all
that
of this.
gut microbiome
I struggle with IBS.
and this allergic GI system causes immune activation.
I still can't see, but
Okay.
I'm trying to see.
And then
like,
the
read.
other thing that starts to
I'm
happen
not
is that we
I can't
also
read what
see
he's writing. Not only does
changes
he have doctor script,
from this
but
kind of stuff in visceral,
I just still can't see.
sensory.
So I'm listening
input.
to what he has to say and kind of following the
Okay.
chart as he's
So
drawing
now what does
it
this mean?
as a visual.
So we have nerves in our belly that tell us stuff about our belly. This is when we like, when you feel full after eating a lot, like what's going on there? You've got a nerve that detects
actually
the stretch of
my
like your
doctor
stomach.
says your gut
You have all
is
kinds
like a
of
second
nerves
brain.
down there. And what we see in people with IBS is that there is a hypersensitivity to visceral sensory input. So there is like, let's say here's your stomach. And after I eat whatever I'm going to have for lunch, this is my stomach. If I am a healthy human being, this wide stomach makes me feel content. Oh man, I'm going to unbutton that top button. I'm going to slap my belly. I'm going to eat one more piece of pie. I'm going to squeeze in that pie. Man, that's some good eating. Let me tell you what.
Oh my God.
That is some good eating. Delicious. Give me some of that peach cobbler. Is a scoop of that a la mode vanilla ice cream.
K is hilarious.
I can do one more. This makes us feel good. If you have a hypersensitivity to visceral sensory input, then this feels bad. Oh crap.
Literally, oh crap.
I'ma throw up. Oh crap. Oh my God, I ate too much. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. I'm gonna throw up. Oh shit, this feels so bad. Like, oh my God, something's not right. This feels bad. So the way that your nerves are wired feels bad. Now, why are your nerves wired in this different way? Now we're gonna go back to the way that you grew up. Okay? So, if you had a parent who had GI problems, they were like constantly like talking about their own stomach, my stomach is messed up or whatever. Maybe there was some psychological need, right? When your stomach, if you have a parent with GI problems and you complain, my stomach hurts, and your parent takes that very seriously. It's not about just psychological needs reinforcement. It's like your parent is like, okay, so tell me, does it hurt? Is it bloated? Are you nauseous? Do you feel distended? Is it irritable? And so then they hyper focus on that. And just like any parent will teach their child what they know, this is what happens. Right? So if I like to meditate,
pink,
and I'm a psychiatrist. So when my kids tell me that they're not feeling well, I ask them all kinds of questions about it. And I'm sort of leveling up their awareness about emotions. And if I ask all
So
kinds of
anytime
physical
diarrhea, it's like,
questions, then the
"Here."
kid is like, if I ask a 6-year-old, do you
Like,
feel
drink that.
distended or bloated? Do you feel nauseous? Do you feel gassy? Do you have this problem? Do you have this problem? Literally what that's going to do is that 6-year-old brain is going to, the attention is going to go into the gut. And their visceral sensory afferent nerves, which is the stuff that detects stuff in the gut, is going to become hypersensitive. This is the same way that, if I teach a child how to cook, their palate is going to be sensitive, right? Same thing is going on in the gut. So what we know with kids with IBS is that their visceral internal input has become hypersensitive. This is because of the way that their parents treat them. This is because they do have some kind of real GI problem. This can also be because there's some kind of behavioral reinforcement where the only time my parents love me is when I my parents ignore me. They're working really hard unless I get sick. And if I get sick, I get my parents' attention. Now, some people will interpret that as, oh, that means that they're doing it for intention. What I'm saying is that that's just one piece of the puzzle. But at the end of the day, what ends up happening is our visceral sensory input increases. And when our visceral sensory input increases, it changes the way that we experience ordinary things. Ordinary things become unpleasant. Okay? Now, combine that with active immune system and an allergic GI tract, and there's more crap going on. The more crap there is going on, if I amplify the signal, the worse everything gets. Y'all with me? How all this stuff fits together? There isn't it's not a linear problem. It's like a system problem. And if y'all are curious about, what is the system? This is the system. Look at this. What the fuck?
What?
This is literally how it works. People have mapped this out. This is not in your head.
What?
This is not psychological.
I can't read any of that.
There is a GI-specific anxiety.
Does he have a
Absolutely. There's a
link?
personality component, but there's an attentional component. There is interoceptive conditioning.
What?
There's GI immune function, mechanoreceptors, afferent nerves, mechanical GI stimulation. There are hormones that are acting here. This is literally what we know. It is not in your head. Okay? So what I'm going to try to do is we're going to explain all this crap. So strap in, folks.
Oh
We're
my
just
God.
getting started.
That was
Okay? Y'all with
that
me
was
so
really
far?
complex, that diagram.
Do you have any insight into idiopathic postprandial syndrome? No. But by the end of this lecture, you will.
Ah.
Okay? I know it sounds kind of weird. All right. So this is IBS. All right. So what happens in IBS? Let's summarize. Something goes on early in life that primes our adrenaline and sympathetic nervous system. Something goes on in life that increases our sensory awareness of the GI system. That, combined with stuff like catastrophizing from too much noradrenaline and bad things actually happening, results in we get too much signal, and we amplify the danger of the signal, and we get screwed every time anything happens. So what does this mean? This means that an IBS person can sit in some posture that makes their stomach feel slightly uncomfortable. And whereas a normal person would just shift and they'd be fine, the IBS person has all of this experience and their brain is functioning in a particular way to where this thing is not a benign problem. This ain't just gonna go away. It's gonna screw the rest of my day. Okay, that's IBS. Next thing we're gonna talk about, POTS.
Oh.
So,
this is something I don't know anything about. But
before we get into the
recently was-
diagrams for POTS,
recently heard about
we got to
it.
talk about POTS. Okay, so let's understand how blood pressure works. Got to understand blood pressure. So, when I'm laying down, I have about 300 to 800 milliliters of blood in my thorax, in my central chest, right? So when I'm laying down, there's no gravitational effect, and blood actually pools in my chest and abdomen. When I sit up, gravity has an effect on blood, pulls towards the bottom. Then what happens is my body squeezes my blood vessels, especially at the bottom of my feet. So when I clamp down, right? So imagine that I have a tube, okay? Imagine I have a tube of liquid. If I clamp down at the bottom of the tube, Okay, so here's our body when we're laying flat. Here's blood, equally distributed. Then when I sit up, here's my blood vessel. So what happens? Gravity makes it pool over here. How do I get the blood to move up? I clamp down this way, right? So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a tube like this. And if I make a tube like this, what's going to happen with the blood? It's going to go up. With me? So there's another thing. So anytime we sit up or stand up, okay, we'll talk about, well, POTS is postural orthostatic tachycardic syndrome. We'll talk about that in a second, all right? So you all have to understand this. The other thing that happens is notice that what I did here, I didn't just compress this, I also dilated this. So this is wider than this. And this is narrower than this. That's exactly what we want. So normally, when we sit up, the blood flow to our brain, we get dilation of the blood vessels that go into our brain. And we get constriction of the blood vessels at the bottom of our feet. And so what that means is that we're decreasing the resistance up here. Hey, blood, come on up to the head, bro. Come on, girl, like come up to the head and like give us cerebral blood flow so that we don't fucking pass out. And y'all feet, now that y'all have gravity working for you, y'all don't need as much blood, so we're going to constrict the blood vessels.
The way he puts things.
Okay? This is the homeostasis that we sort of get with blood pressure. Now, what happens in POTS?
This is why he resonates with
POTS,
a lot
when
of
people stand
gamers.
up, their blood pressure drops and they become tachycardic. So what happens is that when this happens with people with POTS, this does not actually happen. Instead, the blood vessels stay like this.
Oh.
And when the blood vessels stay like this, our brain, which is over here, is like, yo, I ain't getting no blood.
Just the way he
Chocolate disc 0 redeemed hydrate.
To our heart,
I'm out of water.
And our heart is like, oh crap.
I'll be right back.
Our brain ain't getting no blood.
Oh darn, but I want to
I'm
watch
gonna
this.
start.
I'll just be right back.
Fido64 redeemed Safety Bot says.
I'll be right back. Oh, sorry, Fido. I want to watch more of this because I want to learn more about what this is, but I need to get more water. I just noticed I'm completely out. I drank my last bit.
I'm back, fellow train lovers.
Hey! Okay, I'll be right back again. I'm sorry, Fi. I need also pee, so I'll be right back.
Use fireman snails or puppy dog tails, thunder or lightning. Baby said, Lulu Gaga, magic dance, dance, magic dance, dance, baby spell on me. Jump, magic jump, jump, magic jump. Put that magic jump on me. Stop that baby, make him pee. That was in 20.
We do, but we believed you before and you betrayed us. Fooled, deceived, betrayed us.
There are bad men, it's true, but there are also good ones, and the ones before you are the best of them. They were always kind to me, caring, nice, kind, and I trust them with my life.
You scared the Duke out of Paimon!
The Duke?
Did you read
The Duke.
The Duke. Oh my god. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Oh my goodness sakes, you guys. Hello, welcome readers. Hi, oh thank you so much for Martyr, wow, thank you. Oh no, here we go again. Ah. Oh, see, that's what's supposed to happen.
I don't know why the clips aren't working.
Yeah, why are the clips not working? Let's see here. Is there no clips at all? Or no, there should be clips.
Like onigiri? But okay, sorry about that. I am back. I tried to hurry. I just also realized the time. It's 4:45, and I was as much as I'm gonna watch this offline, I think, because I need to end around 5.
fido64 redeemed wellness check.
Oh, fist pump. Okay. Sure. I wanted to watch this one because I did watch this earlier and it was really good. This therapist, Irene Lyon, I guess her name is. She is amazing, by the way. My therapist showed me her account personally, and I found her. She's just really good. She touches on the stuff that's very similar to what Dr. K was saying, and this is something that I personally struggle with. Is like I'm really confused. Like it's just it's like the toxic shame thing. But it's really interesting video. It's a lot shorter. It's only 18 minutes. So I thought I can wrap things up, watch this and wrap this up in the time. So yeah, because the thing with Dr. K is gonna go on for another hour. So I'm gonna yeah. I'm sure you guys can if you want to catch more of it. I can where do I? It's on his page. If you go to Healthy Gamer, yeah, Healthy Gamer GG. Yeah, if you go to that, hold on. If you go there, it's his VOD from yesterday. I think he streamed again today earlier, but I missed it. So it's not the current one; it's yesterday's. So I'm gonna watch this.
Irene. Hey there, you guys. Irene line here. Welcome to this video.
Is it coming through? Or is it going through my speakers?
YouTube channel and to this world of healing trauma, nervous system health, and all things neuroplasticity. As you can see on the subject line of this video, I want to talk to you and give you a little insight and education on healing toxic shame. Now, I've written one article on this called Why Toxic Shame Creates the Fallout That We Call Depression. So make sure to check that out. I also did a vlog maybe over a year ago where I discuss a masterclass I was at with one of my mentors, Peter Levine, and it was all on shame. Now, working with shame is something that I have been studying and doing for quite some time now. And it seems that it is such a hot topic, and there's a lot of confusion between healthy shame and toxic shame, what the differences are, and then of course, what we want to do to heal these deep wounds. I will not get into the full gamut of the difference between healthy and toxic shame today, because I want you to go check out that other video after you watch this one to become educated on that topic. I will post that link just below in the show, more sections to look for that. Here are 2 lines that I heard that I have been taught within my mentorship with namely Peter Levine, founder of Somatic Experiencing, and Kathy Kane, who is the founder of Somatic Practice. So Peter once said to us, I'm not sure when, basically when someone is living with and within these aspects of toxic shame, so they are living in that soup that we would call toxic shame, they are in maybe the sense of feeling very depressed, very low, very much I am worth nothing, I am worthless, very low self-worth, false sense of self. All these pieces that go with what we have seen come with unresolved and untreated early trauma. So he often will say that toxic shame or working with shame means you're essentially working with an individual who sees themselves, who feels themselves as bad meat. So I will break that down in a second. The second line or the second sentence that came from one of my mentors, this one is from Kathy Kane, and I don't know when this was.
Luck is power redeemed, get cozy.
Master classes with her, she was speaking about the type of work it takes to really heal these deep wounds of toxic shame that get into our cells and our body posture and how our organs react and our viscera and our fascia, our entire essence in a physical body, but also how our physical body relates to the environment. And I might even go a little further into to say how it affects our soul, right? Our deep, deep soul level. So she once said, I found this in my notes the other day, so I wanted to bring this to you and share it with you. She said, you have to be willing, and by willing when doing this work and healing toxic shame, you have to be willing to smell and taste the dead rat. That is exactly what she said. You need to be willing to smell and taste the dead rat. So I know that sounds crazy, but this is one of the things I'm really wanting to portray, convey, however you want to call it, to you here watching these videos, interested in healing at the deepest root possible, this nervous system level. This work is not a quick fix, and it ain't all fuzzy kittens and peaches and roses and sunshine, rainbows, meditating on top of a mountain. We're working with deep biological imprints that have visceral qualities to them. So if we think back to what Peter had said, which was, we tend to think when we are someone living with the effects of toxic shame and we have not healed it, that we are bad meat. So what that means is literally what it means. In other words, when I'll use a scenario, when someone has been brought up and they are being toxically shamed, in other words, ridiculed, and this happens from a very young age. So this is something that would most likely occur in a family system. It's going to be coming from probably the parents, maybe siblings, maybe grandparents, whoever is with that child the most. It could be school teachers. It could be maybe people at school with a little
DD364 redeemed emergency food.
Shaming that occurs really young. And that is saying to the child, you're worthless, you're no good, you suck, how, dare you think you can do these things, how dare you be creative, silly, adventurous, stop that. All those verbiages, all those words that basically beat a person down, a child down. And when I say beat, I don't necessarily mean physical, I mean verbally and emotionally. So this would fall under verbal and emotional abuse. What that creates is a little person, a little human being who essentially they think that they are bad meat, that they are rotten. And if we think about one of those common sayings that is terrible, but people will often say to children, or you've heard this, or maybe this was said to you, you are such a rotten child.
I'm sorry, not to laugh at something serious,
but
that looked funny.
That? And let's be very clear, when a caregiver or a
DD364 redeemed less than sad violin greater than.
Chances are they're not doing it because they're wanting to do it. They're doing it because they themselves probably had that done to them before they had, the child. And with many of the clients I've worked with, I'll be very honest, they have said, yes, I was verbally abused and these things happened to me when I was young, but man, you should have heard what happened to my XYZ, to my mother, to my grandfather, to my entire family. The things that they were done to them, what they were given out from their parents was way worse. And so we almost will justify that, well, I got it a bit better than she or he did, so this is better. And you know what? It is better. It shows that we're learning. However, these patterns within these familial generations, they need to be stopped. And what that means is that us, you, me, everyone watching these videos, people within my communities, we need to understand how this toxic shame not just gets into our psyche here and manipulates our thoughts and how our mental processes go, but how our physiology is being affected. Many, if not most of those that I've worked with who are suffering from chronic symptoms, chronic illnesses, autoimmune, deep depression that's biological, not just in our mind thinking about things that are causing anxiety at the mind level, but physiological illness, which we've seen from the adverse childhood experiences study, when we have not treated unresolved early trauma, this kind of toxic shaming that puts a little one into distress, if we do not heal that, that will follow us into life in the form of chronic illness, mental illness, relational troubles, addiction, and so on.
Agreed.
So to go back to this comment, this line that Peter Levine has said, that basically we think that we are bad meat, we need to understand that that's a real thing. And that means that that quality in us is a sense of disgust. So disgust is a primary human mammalian emotion, along with sadness and anger and fear and joy and surprise and happiness. Disgust is one of them. Look them up. It's there in Darwin's emotions. And it is the sense of something isn't right, something's gone off. Now, of course, in biology or in the wild, we need disgust so that we don't poison ourselves, so that we don't eat bad meat that's gone off. Anybody who's ever kept chicken in their fridge too long knows that certain things go off really bad, or spoiled milk, and we smell it. You know, you can think about it right now, and there's this, it's just disgusting quality to it. That gets transferred, that quality of disgust will be transferred in us, or be in us, when we have been ridiculed, when we have been toxically shamed, which means that to work on these deep shame patterns, we need to build and grow the capacity to be able to feel this disgust that we have for ourselves. And that is not easy, but it's totally doable. So if you followed me in my past videos when I talk about this importance of building capacity and foundation and learning how to sense your physiology and learning how to follow your biological impulses, in other words, getting to listen to the signals in this physical place that you live with and live in every day, getting to know these signals in our body, our hunger signals, our tired signals, our needing to go to the bathroom signals, boundary signals, when we want to say yes, when we want to say no. These are little bits that we can start to work with to become more connected with our physical self and our sensations and emotions. The reason why we want to build that capacity with more, I'll say, benign and more neutral situations in daily life is because when we do get to this point of working with that deep visceral disgust, it can be intense. And if it's too intense for us to handle, what happens is we go into more survival energy. We go into our version of fleeing from that quality because it's too scary, or we shut down and freeze because it's just too much. Hope that makes sense. So when doing this work of healing toxic shame, we have to build foundation and capacity. Again, what I help people with in the online world, what my practitioner colleagues, friends in this field do one-on-one, we want to build that capacity so that we can be with intensity. So that is one of the pieces to healing toxic shame, is building capacity to be with big energies so that we don't go into more survival responses when in fact we start working with those. Okay, the second line that Kathy Kane said in one of our trainings, and I'll repeat it again, is we have to be willing to smell and taste the dead rat. By what she means there is when we go into this work, and I hope all of you listening to this who are maybe living with forms of toxic shame, or you have clients who are, or family members, whoever it might be, willing is key. In other words, we have to be willing and knowing that doing this work is not going to be a walk in the park. It is totally possible. It's totally doable. I've seen many people do this. And we also have to have this knowing that we're going to taste and feel things that we shoved down so long ago, because when we were that 3-year-old or when we were that 4-year-old or 5-year-old or 6-year-old or 7-year-old sitting at the dinner table and father ridiculed us in front of our entire family and we were humiliated and embarrassed and we shrunk, we kept that inside of us most likely because we risk death, we risk being ostracized from our family if we speak up, if we say to our father or mother, that's not nice, screw you, you know, you don't.
Runic tablet redeemed Safety Bot
says. If they do
says.
cause a little bit of a fight and a bit of a fuss to that kind of ridicule, it usually doesn't last long because they realize I am not safe if I challenge this ridicule. It's not safe for me to
Pause that so I can in. Oh, I can. I think there's a typo, but yeah, hey. I'm okay. We're just gonna finish this video and I need to wrap up myself because I need to go cook dinner. But yeah, thank you for stopping by. I hope you're doing well and hope your job's treating you well still. It's good to see you again though. Thank you for stopping by.
Test this authority.
We're just watching a video
I'm just going to be really quiet, go really internal, get
healing,
really introverted,
toxic
and
shame.
Just make myself tiny and small so that no one sees me. And this is where children then start to become suppressed and depressed, and their physiology loses that life force energy. So toxic shame and depression
I relate with everything she
hand
just
in
said
hand.
there.
You very rarely
You just
will
suppress
see
everything.
Someone, in my experience, who
because
has
you don't
deep
want to
depression,
upset
deep anxiety,
and make the
chronic
situation
health troubles
worse.
Without some form of deep toxic shame, feeling that they are bad meat and that they are no good in general in the world. I know this is a heavy topic. However, as I
want to
go
watch
back to
rewatch
that comment from my teacher,
this show, it's
King,
really
we
good.
have to be
This
willing
whole
to smell
therapist
and
is
taste
amazing.
and be with the yucky stuff, all the bad stuff that we push down. And to go back to what I said a moment ago, to get ourselves ready for that means building capacity, learning, knowing.
Runic tablet redeemed Safety Bot says.
Desire to dry heave.
That's fine.
You feel a little bit of a disgust in your system. You then might realize, oh my goodness, I've just tapped into.
Thank you.
Shame.
Yeah,
Here
I
again
figured
would
that's what you
say
meant.
That working with disgust, the emotion disgust is the gateway emotion to working with shame. Shame is not an emotion. Shame is a quality. Shame is something that we feel in our body that is more whole body and visceral. It doesn't have that emotional tone to it.
Ads coming.
It is a physicality and it affects our entire system. So to just recap this, how do we handle toxic shame? First of all, we need to understand what it means. Hopefully you get a little bit more of that from this video. Be sure to watch after this one, and I will pop it up on the end screens so you can just click over the video I did a little while ago on the difference between healthy shame and toxic shame, because they are so important. And a lot of our kiddos these days are not getting proper upbringing by having healthy shame dosed out. And often the reason is because the parent, the caregiver, had the bad kind of shame, the toxic shame given to them. And so they don't have a map for what healthy shame is. So if you're wondering, I totally don't understand the difference, Irene, that means you want to watch the next video. So again, working with this stuff is big, but we need to understand what it is. So what toxic shame is, this quality that we feel that we are bad meat, that we are damaged goods. If that is the case, we want to change that. We want to heal that, but we need to know what has to occur for that to happen. The first thing, other than education, building foundations, being able to be in the body, build capacity, grow that capacity to be with all of the sensations that we have in our system, connecting to our body in the environment that we live in, understanding our triggers, understanding what fight, flight, and freeze mechanisms are, and that for good reason you stuffed that stuff inside and now it's coming out and up. And then the next piece is knowing that when we do go on this path, and I hope you decide to do this, it's gonna feel a little gross and a little yucky, and it might taste and smell like a dead rat. Not literally, but figuratively and metaphorically. That is what we're dealing with at these deep, deep, deep toxic shame levels. Okay, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. I appreciate every moment you sit here and listen and watch and learn. If this is not something that applies to you, but you're watching this, Tell someone else who might be dealing with this. Most of the time when people hear this and they know that that's them, there's a little light that goes off that is like, oh my goodness, this is exactly how I feel. And we want more people to understand that they don't have to stay that way. It is not a curse. It is something that can be healed with the right practices, with the right support, and of course, the willingness to do the work yourself. All right, be sure to watch that other video, the other article I mentioned, and we will see you next time. Bye for now.
Okay. I'm gonna switch to here. Cause now it's time to roll up because I'm gonna go cook some burgers. Hehe. I hope everybody had a good time watching Dr. K and also Irene here. They're both very good good channels. One was a YouTube channel and the other one was a Twitch channel that I highly recommend. If you want to find out more about things, I'm gonna do another shout out to Healthy Gamer GG. That's the channel we were watching
No one's
earlier.
truly evil or a bad person, and I think
He
everyone at
actually
their
has a
core
lot
is
of
like
star
maybe not everyone, but most people want to do good,
streamers
and I
on
think
there that
I'm
he
one
does
of those
life coaching
people.
with.
Where did you
And
get that idea?
and as you can see from the clip, and he talks with a lot of people that are well known in the gaming community. Either they're face cam streamers or VTubers even. He's had. I remember watching clips of his interview with Lily Pichu, which was really interesting and actually kind of heartbreaking, to hear what she's gone through. It's really interesting to see what he brings out in people. He's really good at what he does, and I highly recommend going to that channel. Yeah, he's a really good doctor. He can talk to people, especially gamers, on a level that they can relate with. And I don't know. I just can't recommend him enough. He's a really good doctor. So anyway, let's see who is streaming right now. I can't even. Oh my God, my eyes are so bad right now. I'm sorry. I have to squint at my screen. I don't know. I've been really calm and I've been very calm in watching, mental health stuff. So I don't know where would be a good place to go. Ah, hey, Maple Senpai. Hello. Wow, thank you so much. Whoa, 19 months. Thank you. Wow.
Hope you see this well and hope you feel better.
My bot has sounds like Hank Hill, but yes, he can say some of the stuff that from like subs and bits and stuff, and also there's a redeem for it too. But I'm gonna do shout out for Maple Senpai. If you haven't checked him out, he's
Yes.
taught me a lot
It's very
about
easy to get
streaming.
Nora onto anything.
He also plays a lot. He's a Hoyoverse slave. Plays a lot of Honkai Impact Third, which is the original game. Genshin Impact. He does the HSR game now. He also plays Maple Story, his namesake. And a variety of other games. I think he recently got into or plays a lot of Valorant too, which yeah. Anyway, so I highly recommend giving Maple a follow. Also getting a new model apparently. So yeah, yay. Okay. Anyway, sorry. I'm still trying to find out someone to raid to. There's a person that raided me yesterday that played FGO, but I don't know. This wasn't really FGO stream, so I don't know if I want to do that. But I do want to go check them out because I just can't read my screen. There's always Faeruna, who's just chaos incarnate.
You want to see a peek at my modal?
Oh yeah, sure. Well, you're gonna peek it at like on Twitch and stuff, or
Maple Mushy Vtails redeemed Safety Bot says.
that was delayed. Oh. Huh? Yeah, we can discuss it over Discord. Sorry, because I'm about to end. Because I need to go cook dinner. And then Safety just came over, was like reminding me that I need to go cook dinner. And yes, I know. So
Yoshikuni redeemed Safety Bot says.
oh, my model just disappeared. I'm sorry because I'm looking too closely at my monitor. I'm so sorry. I can't see anything.
Lexico hurt.
Hey Yoshi. Yeah, I mean, I'm mostly, I've always been like, oh, I don't know if you guys want. Nah, never mind. That's always crazy. Oh wait, Don't Be Shy is debuting her new model. Maybe we go say hi to her. What the heck? There's
We're
like
so
a
gonna
Mabel
cook
Mushy
bamboo.
details
On
redeemed
the card.
Safety Bot says.
It broke. I broke again. Oh my god, I'm sorry the bot broke again. Are you gonna cook bamboo? No. Sorry.
DD364 redeemed Safety Bot says.
I think it is having a heart attack. I don't know.
There'll be more of small leaks here and there, but I can show off to close friends and amazing people such as yourself.
Ow,
I
I'm not
keyboards,
amazing.
are you gonna cook bamboo?
Sorry about it. It did read. It just was like puking. The bot sometimes it's in beta, so it sometimes does things like that. I'm sorry, but that was so funny. Poor Hank.
Yoshikuni redeemed Safety Bot says.
But yeah, Shy is debuting a new model, so let's go say hi to her. It's another chill stream. She's a really good.
Have a good rest of your night, Lynn. Hope that you feel better. Alexa, go hard.
I'm feeling fine. I just I just my glasses, my eyes hurt. I just need to go cook dinner. But yeah, Don't Be Shy. This is just so if you get left behind, that's her channel. So we're gonna go say hi to her. She has a new model. And right now there's like a little cute story.
DD364 redeemed Safety Bot says.
So, if you want to use any raid messages, these are our built-in raid messages. The top one is for subs. The other one is for non-subs. So
Testing. Oh, I should stop being drunk.
But yeah, there you go is the raid messages. So I'm gonna go ahead and start the Don't Be Shy. She has this cute little video thing going on. It looks really cute, and I think it's like her story of her character and change and stuff. So yeah, thank you everybody for being here. I'll probably be back tomorrow if I feel up to it. My head doesn't hurt or anything. Just my eyes.
DD364 redeemed Safety Bot says.
Yeah, have a great night, guys. And enjoy Don't Be Shy. And thanks again for all the for resubbing Maple.
T-Nana.
And also Brick Muppet, thank you. And the new follow. We had a new follower. But yeah, thank you. Okay, take care. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Karicha redeemed Safety Bot says.
Take care, Panda.